Is this thing on? We're champions of Europe! Guys, we are champions of Europe. And by we, I mean Arsenal women are champions of Europe. I cannot start this watch along, start this show without, excuse me, expressing how big of a moment that was yesterday. It was so emotional and so gratifying to see the end of the season end with the women's side winning their first European trophy since 2007. The last time they won the Champions League, Alex Scott and Rachel Yankee and Kelly Smith were a part of that team. Now, Leah Williamson, Kim Little, Stina Blackstenius, Alessia Russo, Caitlin Ford, Katie McCabe, Frida Monum, Chloe Kelly are champions of Europe after a tumultuous season, after a season of major peaks and troughs, highs and lows. I'm so happy for them. And I'm happy for the club because no matter how frustrated I become with the club, the one thing that I will always respect and love about this club is that we are one club. And there has been so many resources and emphasis and love and care put into the women's program. And everybody that speaks about Arsenal Football Club will say that we're leading the way when it comes to the women's side, and putting money into the women's game. And so I think the best possible scenario was for the premier club putting in the most work when it comes to women's football to win that trophy. Barcelona women are a fantastic side. They had 2 Ballon d'Or winners on the pitch yesterday. They have had an amazing season. They were going for a quadruple, and we stopped that. And I just have no real words. I was beside myself. I was crying. If you guys saw my Instagram story, I was just a fucking mess because if you're an Arsenal women's fan and only an Arsenal women's fan, which we have a lot of fans like that don't really follow the men's team, but they do follow the women's side, you will obviously be super emotional. But I do think some of us that follow both teams needed that badly because the men's season has been very underwhelming and incredibly disappointing. Ending with no trophies was horrendous, really. And although I'm starting the healing process, of this season and moving beyond this season from the men's side, because we are such one club, it does feel like a trophy for everyone. It doesn't mean that the men are champions of Europe. Nobody's really saying that. I know some people were just digging in on Spurs for that, but ultimately, it does feel good to know that we ended the season with something. And it felt massive seeing Alex Scott and Kelly Smith and Ian Wright out there on the pitch celebrating with the girls. I can barely talk about this without crying, seriously, because seeing my team win the European trophy, win the Champions League feels so massive. I was I've been a fan of the women's team for a long time, but it's just been a tough couple of years. It really has been. I felt horrible campaigning against Jonas Eidevall and wanting him out of the club and, being very vocal about it. But, it was the right thing. And, I'm not on the right side of history when it comes to Renee. I did not think that she had enough experience for the job when they first hired her. I was very concerned about going into an experienced manager scenario. but she proved me wrong in every way, shape, and form. I should build her a fucking statue, and Arsenal back her with absolutely everything that she needs, because we are starting a new page for Arsenal women. Arsenal women have slid down quite a bit in probably the last 20 years, where we were at the forefront. We have now kind of taken a back seat to Chelsea and Barcelona and Wolfsburg and Lyon. And now it's an opportunity to utilize this platform to make the trajectory go in the way that we want it to, So back Renee, build her a fucking statue. Congratulations, Arsenal women. You are absolutely massive. And thank you for this amazing gift, because this season has been very hard and you deserve it more than anyone, So well done, ladies. Enough of that, because I feel like I'm going to fucking cry. Like I just can't. I can't even speak anymore. So yeah, but we are ending the men's season today, and I couldn't be happier. Like this, we need the season to end. And so, playing our final game away from home at St. Mary's, there's nothing on it. We have qualified for Champions League via the last game against Newcastle. We have pretty much secured second place. I think we have secured second place, like it's done. So it's like, there's nothing on it for us, but it's everything on it for them, So we'll be watching the top 5 scrap. There are 3 other teams that are going to qualify today, because Spurs qualified, us and Liverpool qualified. There'll be 6 Premier League sides in the Champions League next season. And so 5 teams are fighting for 3 spots. If you don't know the scenarios, I don't fucking know them really either. I do think it's something to the effect of Manchester City just need a draw. Basically, Newcastle need a win. Chelsea need a win. Nottingham Forest need a win, and Villa need a win, So fight, because we're not in it, and I don't give a fuck. I barely even looked at our lineup, because it doesn't fucking matter. I don't care. Like, it should just be vibes at the end of the season. If we lose, that would be terrible. Like, from just like would love to win the last game of the season, but if we do, oh well, who cares? I know the word on the street, Ethan is going to be playing left center mid. Marino is going to be playing up top. I know that some people were saying, oh, Martinelli's playing center forward. He's not. It's Marino. And Wanyeri is playing left center mid, I guess. So, and I guess Rice is playing right center mid then, or Zinchenko is playing right center mid. I don't know. I don't care. It doesn't matter. But I will read out the lineup for you guys that, are, want to know. But make sure you guys are liking the video, subscribing to the channel. While you're at it, Raya, Partey at right back, White, Kivior, and Tierney. His last game for Arsenal. Very emotional about that. Marino, Rice, Zinchenko, Ethan, Martinelli, and Sterling. So they have it where, Marino's playing right center mid and Declan's playing the 6 and all this. I guess it's Declan playing the 6. Marino is playing full, like he's playing striker, right? Martinelli is playing right wing, and Zinchenko and Ethan are playing the 8s. Does that fucking make sense to you guys? Like, am I making sense, or am I speaking a different language? I feel like I just said nothing there. Declan in the 6, Ethan and Zinchenko playing the 8s, Martinelli at right wing, Marino at striker, Sterling at left wing. That's what I think it is. Or it's Sterling playing right wing and Martinelli playing left wing. Something of that nature. So something like that. So who cares? Like, it really doesn't matter. But we'll be watching the scrap, because that's pretty much, what we're here for. So yeah, make sure you guys are voting for player of the season. I know some people were saying that I should have Raya on there. And I probably should. I don't think he'll win it though, so if you guys can see these two dogs fighting behind me, they're losing their shit. Am I frozen? I'm frozen? Let me know if I'm frozen. Because I look fine on my side. Oh, I think I'm back now. Sorry, I don't know why I froze. Everything is working fine on my side, but yeah, I think it caught up now. No, it is buffering. Trying to make sure everything's working. I know whenever I go on here, the internet just is not great. Let's try again. Let's try again everywhere. Because it's working for me, but it's not working for you guys. So am I okay now? Let me know if you can see me and hear me. I did go out and come back in. So can you guys see me and hear me? Let me know. You should be able to see me and hear me now, but if you can't, then we're in trouble. Then we're in trouble. Yeah, I think you guys can see me and hear me now. It's still not great, but hopefully it'll clear up a little bit more. Now I'm like, what the fuck? But it is what it is. Okay. So here we go. What do you guys anticipate happening? Like in the chat, give me 3 players, or sorry, not 3 players, the 3 teams that you think will qualify for Champions League today. I would love to know, like, let's get some predictions in there. I would love to know because I kind of want something drastic to happen, I feel like it won't be as fun if it's just like, oh, Chelsea, Man City, and Newcastle got through, and Aston Villa and Nottingham Forest didn't make it. I feel like something drastic needs to happen, meaning one of Chelsea or Newcastle doesn't make it, right? So yeah, let's see. So yeah, you guys let me know. As long as Chelsea, City, or Newcastle miss out, yeah, something like that has to happen, right? That's the only thing for me that, like, that would give me so much joy. I feel that one of them miss out. I feel like the best one would be Chelsea, but who knows what'll happen. Um, I want Chelsea and Newcastle to miss out on UCL. Both those teams can hold it. Exactly. Exactly. Now, see, on our fucking channel, they're showing Liverpool. Can you not? This is the Arsenal channel. We don't need to see them get another guard of honor. The fuck? No one cares. We've done it already. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just making sure I have all the games up. Whatever. We shall see. Zitch says Nottingham Forest, Villa, and City can make it. Jagoon says facts. Chelsea first, Newcastle second, City last. Exactly. Something drastic needs to happen. Something drastic needs to happen. It cannot just be the status quo. I'm still trying to figure out why on the Arsenal channel they're showing Liverpool. I'd like to see my team walk in. Damn. So desperate. So desperate. I wonder. Yeah, you got Villa. I feel like they're gonna do a job on Manchester United. I just feel like actually I wanna hear what's going on in the Manchester United because surely it's quiet in there. Surely it's quiet in there after everything that's happened. It must. Let's see. Sounds like they're really cheering in there in Old Trafford. Should be quiet in there. The fuck? Um, let's see. Uh, Samuel says the captaincy gonna stick with Rice, isn't it? I think it was already announced that Odegaard's gonna keep the captaincy like a couple weeks ago. Um, I Rice pretty much has it because Odegaard's not playing, and neither is Saka, and neither is Gabriel. So he deserves to be a part of that leadership group, and I would love for him to be a captain at some stage. But they're most likely not going to. They're not going to strip Odegaard of the captaincy. So um, I, I'm trying to see our team. Like, why do they keep showing Liverpool? I don't get it. Um, Hornstein is saying if Newcastle get UCL today, Alexander Isak is going nowhere. If they don't, some suitors may think they have a slight chance that they could test the waters. I kind of hate that I feel like Arsenal are doing this. I really kind of hope that Arsenal are not stupid enough to even think that if they don't get Champions League that we have a chance. Like if you guys are waiting for this, you're just ridiculous. Newcastle are not going to sell Isak whether they make it or they don't. Like, come on. Like, let's be realistic for one time. Um, we're always like very, to me, unserious. Like, we actually think that we can get like it's like we're such dreamers. I get that it's cool to be dreamers at some point, but like even if they don't make it, they're not going to sell. Like, and if they're going to sell, they're not going to sell to us. They don't like us. Like, come on. Like, when will it end? Um, Meanwhile, we're just stalling out on our like trying to get our striker because we're waiting on this guy. Like, come on, man. Whatever, man. Is what it is because we're not getting him. So let's see. Pip says Sleggers in, Arteta out. I'm tired of him, Jess. Oh my gosh. I get it. I totally understand the frustration with Mikel. But you know, there were people this morning saying that they didn't even want. Oh no, sorry, there's an Amber Alert. Sorry if that scared you guys. There was like a literal Amber Alert. All right, the games have started. Yeah, I feel like the frustration is like normal, but when you see Arsenal fans saying that they didn't even want the Arsenal women to win yesterday because they knew that the slander on Mikel was going to come, it's just like we've gotten to the stage with Mikel that people are so delusional that they want our women's team not to win because they don't want to hear that Mikel is underachieving or underperforming. So it's gotten dark. It's gotten dark. That's the only thing I could say is it's gotten dark. Like, so Dragoon says it's good that they're cheering. It means that they're not learning. Period. Jordan says, I hope they're smart and they get Rodrigo and Victor. Saida says, our player of the season is either Gabriel or Timber. People forget about some of the big goals Gabriel scored at the start. His injury will make a lot of fans forget, though, especially because key viewers perform well. Yeah, I hear that. I get that aspect of things. I think that for me, it's Declan now. And it feels like recency bias, but the end of the season, those games have so much more significance than the games at the beginning. And I know that it's like, well, we had the games at the beginning. I get that. But when we played in those Champions League games, and unfortunately, Gabrielle was not there, but when we played in those Champions League games that were important and we won those games, Rice was such a big part of those that I feel like they trump the early games against Crystal Palace or Everton. Do you know what I mean? So I know he scored some big goals, but Rice also scored some big goals that really did mean that we didn't have to worry about today. So to me, it's probably going to be Rice. It's just the significance of the goals that he scored and the time that he scored them for me are just a little bit more like you cannot take away. I do feel like once he scored those 2 goals against Real Madrid, he became our player of the season. But even beyond that, he scored a big goal against Brentford. It didn't end up like we ended up drawing that game, and then he also scored the goal that made sure that we didn't have anything on today. I feel like it's Rice. Like I do feel like it's Rice, but had Gabriel been here, he probably would have scored a massive goal against Real Madrid. He probably would have had a massive game against, PSG. He would have, we probably wouldn't have struggled as much in certain games. So yeah, it's probably a little harsh on Gabriel, but I just don't think you can quantify how massive those Real Madrid games were. And then also the goal that he scored against Newcastle, the goal that he scored against Brentford. Like he's pretty much been our only goal scorer for the last couple of weeks. So I get it. I get it. Josh says, not going to lie, I just came to talk about the women's team. I've completely removed myself from anything to do with the men's team. I don't know when I'll be back, but I feel like I need to leave to come back, Yeah, I hear that. I feel it. 100%. The women's team is just, it gives me chills thinking about it still. Chills thinking about it still. I don't think I'll be over it for a very, 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 very long time. That meant so much. Like that meant more than anything. Winning a Champions League after so many years of not winning it, not qualifying, getting through the qualifying rounds last season. Like it's just massive, so Renee has done a fantastic job, fantastic. Systems Matter says, where's Calafiori? I don't know. I guess he's injured. Really not a good what do you want to call it? First impression from Calafiori, like a first season. I think if you had to grade his season, you'd have to give it like a C. He hasn't been available. When he has played, he's been so good and had some great moments, but it's been so few and far between. And with our trauma around players that don't play because they're always injured, it hasn't been a great first impression or a perfect first impression. That doesn't mean that I don't rate him. I think he's fantastic. Pixel says the women's team did us proud. Congratulations. Just fantastic. It says Rice, player of the season for the Real Madrid free kicks. Pixel says we need to go all in for Isak. Give him the 265,000 pounds a week like Jesus and give him the number 14 shirt. Yeah, I mean, in a world where he's available, I think that makes sense. I just don't think I just don't think he's available, really and truly. Even if they don't make Champions League, he has the strong enough contract where, they're not in any jeopardy to need to sell him or anything. So I just don't see, and I think they would kind of like how Leverkusen blocked they really didn't want to sell to Bayern. So they really kind of they didn't push words towards the Premier League sides, but they were a lot more open to negotiating. I just feel like with Newcastle, they'll do everything in their power not to sell him to us. Even if he wanted to leave, I just don't see We just don't have good relations at all. If you know, you know. It says Arsenal women are the only team to go from qualifying to champions, which is amazing. Can Odegaard and Havertz play in the same midfield? No, they cannot. And I would just say, in general, Havertz cannot play midfield for Arsenal Football Club unless it's in a pinch when we're like definitely like struggling and we don't have anyone available. Like, um, go Ethan, go Ethan. Sterling still can't score. Burmy says if Kala is injured again, I'm wondering if he needs to be sold. A good player, but the best ability is availability. Our whole playing style this season has regressed to a possession-based safety first perspective, and it has killed our attacking game. I doubt signing just a striker will fix everything. And Samu says, I don't think Isak is worth 150 million. Call me crazy, but Victor is much better. Yeah, no, I hear that. I hear that. Like, we all have our preferences, don't we? You know, some people want Osimhen, people want Isak, some people want so and so. So I get that. I just think that's just very kind of like, unless Ornstein is getting some of the worst information from the club, I think it's pretty obvious that we're going between Gyökeres and Sesko. So unfortunately, like, I know Ornstein put out that little blip today that if Newcastle qualify today, there's no chance that anybody can get Isak, but there's a sliver of a chance if they don't. I'm like, him saying there's a sliver of a chance is like basically no chance. Like, you know, so it's not like he will be on the auction block, you know. So I don't understand this like idea that if they don't qualify, that means we're gonna get him. I don't know how people get to that stage. Please explain it. There's just so many games going on at once. You really can't watch them all, can you? Come on, Everton. I just want everyone to lose, you know? Like, everyone lose. Hey, Jess, what do you think the reasons are why Sterling didn't work out for both the team and himself this season? I think he I think he hit a point in his season in his career where he's realizing that he's not the player that he used to be. Like, he's not as fast, he's not as agile, you know? And I think that realization and the fact that, like, I do think he's still hurt from what happened at Chelsea, he just didn't have the mindset. You know, I think something similar happened with Willian, where he still thought he was at the top level and he almost couldn't believe that Chelsea didn't want to give him the 3-year contract. If that makes sense, you know, he wanted a 3-year contract or something, and they were only willing to offer 1 or whatever. And I think that he was still mourning his Chelsea career when he got to Arsenal. And we were also in a period where we weren't challenging. So it almost felt like his career had just ended, you know. And then when we saw him play for Fulham, I think he had, you know, kind of dealt with the end of his career at the top level and could perform again. And I think we've caught Sterling in a similar situation where he feels a little disrespected from Chelsea. He thinks he's still at the top level, but his body is telling him that he's not. And that realization, we're getting him in that realization phase. And it's just tough. You know, I kind of feel sorry for him, but at the same point, I feel sorry for us that we've had to deal with it all season, not having another option for the winger, you know? So, yeah. Sesko is potential. We need to find final product like Osimhen or Mbomo. Pip says, imagine trying to blow all of our money on Isak and having no more budget for left winger. Some fans aren't smart. No offense. You know, Ornstein didn't even mention the winger today, and it still concerns me that at first he said, don't expect a quick resolution on the left wing position, and today he didn't even mention it. he mentioned striker, he mentioned defender, and he mentioned a, um, a goalkeeper. And I'm like, that can't be our season, like our summer. It can't. It cannot be a striker, one of Sesko or Gyökeres, Zubamendi, a defender, and a goalkeeper. It just cannot be. The goalkeeper most likely won't be Juan Garcia now because Barcelona and Man City are both interested in him. So he'll probably go one of those. So it's a true concern that Ornstein, probably the most accurate journalist out there when it comes to Arsenal, is pouring ice on the left wing, either not talking about it or he's saying like it won't have a quick resolution. And I'm like, we need the striker, but we definitely need more than one attacker. That is just not a good enough window for me. Like that is it's a typical Arsenal window where you get like one thing that you really need, but you miss out on all the all other stuff, but you don't miss out on the defender or the goalkeeper, and I would happily not buy another defender and risk it next season to get multiple attackers because whether we've had our best back line or not, we've been the best defense in the league 2 seasons in a row. So we don't really need to add anything else to it. We always sign the wrong type of experience. That's why whenever we're linked to an older player, Arsenal fans panic. It says more about our recruitment. That's fair enough. I don't have a problem with players being a little bit older, but older is usually somebody washed, and both Willian and Sterling are washed. So, like Trossard and Jorginho haven't been bad, but I think we kept both of them, one season too long. And they should have been a quick band-aid, not people that became big parts of the squad. And for some reason, we're like, oh, this worked. Let's just double down on it. Why? Why double down on it? Why not be like, that worked. Now let's go do what we were originally planning to do, which was to go big on midfield again and to get a big, big left winger. Because whether it worked out or not, because we know Mudryk ended up not working out at Chelsea, we were supposed to get Mudryk and Caicedo. And we ended up getting Jorginho and Trossard. And then we sat on that for 3 seasons. God, Anthony Gordon looks like a ghost. They just showed him on the screen and he is pale. My God. I don't think I've ever seen anybody that pale. Damn. But yeah, I don't know why we double down. I really don't. Oh, Villa? No. Why are Manchester United playing so hard right now? Just let Villa score. Come on. I'd much rather Villa in Champions League than all these other teams. All right, so every other game is what? 0-0 except for the Man City game? Right? Or is there a score in another game? Yeah, everything else is 0-0 except for Palace and Pool. So let's see how it pans out. Fight, 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 fight. I'm not even really looking at our game, to be honest. Yeah, Palace are 1-0 up. And that's pretty much like besides our game and like no games really matter except for the City game, the Villa game, the Newcastle game, and the Forest Chelsea game. Everything else is like, you know, it is what it is. But Everton, would I love for you to score a goal right now? Yeah, I would. I absolutely would. Girl said, "What the hell, Arsenal? We must have conceded." I'm not even watching. Sorry. Saida says, Jess, a lot of people seem to think just signing a striker will fix everything. It allows us to deflect from Arteta's poor use of the system, game adaptability, and squad rotation. Um, yeah, I will definitely, we definitely need to chat about that for sure. Cause I just think people are being a little bit disingenuous about absolutely everything. And because I know that we all have our favorite players in the squad. We all do. Um, I know I have my favorite players. Everybody does. And so you want to protect those players. And, it's been a tough season. I know for me in particular, just because Odegaard has been so poor. And, when a player plays really poorly, it's like, it is no holds bar. It's like we are going to massacre you online at least, So it's been tough. But I don't think that the system is the only reason why Odegaard hasn't played well this season, and I would never blame the system in its entirety. I would never sit there and say, "Well, look, the system just doesn't help him, and he needs all these other things to go right for him to play well." There have just been games where he has been horrendous, and even though I do suspect that that ankle just never really healed properly, or it's not fully healed, I just have to I just have to go at face value. He hasn't had a good season. There's a chart going around that is showing like all of the goals for the season, and Kai Havertz is our highest goal scorer and he has 9 goals. And people are, giving their commentary on it that, it's the attackers, they're just not good enough. It's, I've seen people say, "Oh, well, Declan Rice and Odegaard only have a couple of goals. That's the problem." And I'm just like, it's all of it. Martinelli, the system is so bad that that's why he doesn't have goals. But, is it the full system for Martinelli not being good enough? I don't know. And I just feel like where I kind of sit on it, it's 60% the system, 40% we need more talent. There's just no reason why a team should not improve upon their attack every season. Most teams do it. Arsenal are the only team that only improves their defense and never buys attackers. And I think when you do that, things get stale. Players have bad seasons. And when the system also doesn't support them and put them in their best positions, they look horrendous. And so I think it's all of it. It's the system doesn't, because when we were playing when we were playing well, these same players were able to score in double figures. They were creating chances in double figures. So we know these players can play better, but they were playing in a system that your eye test could tell you was much better than what we're doing now. You don't need stats to tell you that in 2022, 2023, and at the back end of the 2024, 2025 season, that the system just allowed Arsenal to play at their maximum and platform their players much better. Does that mean that the system is the only reason why Odegaard and Martinelli are playing poorly? No, it's not. They also have to look at themselves in the mirror. Maybe because they don't have as much competition as other people. They don't play as hard. Maybe they always think they're starters. I don't know. That's been brought up. Maybe they've had big injuries that have kind of stunted them a little bit. That could be a reason as well. But for the most part, it's just fucking everything. And I don't know why we think that if we just buy better players, the system will just be, fixed. That's not how it works. I don't think you can just plug to a striker and a left wing and it's just going to go perfectly if we play this horrible style of football. But equally, I don't think if you just make the system like it was in 22, 23, that we won't still fall short. So it's all of it. It's all of it. 100%. Like I don't see how it could just be one thing, but you know, it is what it is. Um so yeah. Um No, I mean, you can say the system is the issue, but we still fell short with the system playing as well as it did in 22, 23. So, and we still felt after the 22, 23 season that we needed an attacker and we ended up with Havertz. So I think it is disingenuous to say it's just the system. It's not just the system. If it was that the system was perfect in 22, 23, then we wouldn't have wanted a new attacker. We wouldn't have been wanting Kudus. We wouldn't have been wanting Xavi Simons, right? Because we all felt like we needed a little bit more X factor in this team back then. So it's not just the system. We also need more quality. We need more quality. We need better players in that attacking group, and we also need the system to support the players that we have. It cannot just be one or the other. I know that people want to protect Martinelli. I know that people love Martinelli, but the constant, it's just a system. It's just a system. He scored 15 goals, blah, blah, blah. In 2 seasons, he's been poor throughout, I would say, 80% of the last 2 seasons, where he couldn't trap a ball. He couldn't, just score easy chances that he's 1v1 with the goalkeeper. That's not the system. The system is why he doesn't get enough chances. The system is why he doesn't get central as much as we'd like. But the system is not why he can't trap a ball, you know? So we have to be real. It's not that and blaming other players as well for Martinelli not being able to trap a ball is ridiculous. I don't know why some people can't just say like their player is not playing well at this time, and not try to blame everyone else. Sorry. System style of play is definitely the issue. Burmy says it's definitely a combination of factors exacerbated by Arteta's stubbornness to make adjustments. Saidi says it's both quality and system. In previous years, this team without a striker broke goal scoring records. So, yeah, no, exactly. And again, we wanted better attackers or more quality up front, even after the great season from Odegaard and Martinelli and Jesus, and there was never a time where I think we felt like Eddie was good enough. We knew we needed more quality. So there's no excuse for the less amount of quality. And I'm sorry, I do think that some of the last season has exposed Martinelli's downfalls, and he needs to play closer to goal, absolutely. And the left-hand side has been broken, but there is a part of me that feels like there's just a limit to him, that we need to bring in another player that doesn't have those limitations. So also, like, we need to bring in a number 10 whose main qualities are probably goal scoring, scoring more goals. So it's not just Odegaard. So yeah. Um, Man City 1-0 up. Yeah, yeah. I think they just needed a draw anyway, so they're fine. Blessing said, but you can't lose the ability in 1 year. Jess Trossard scored 17 goals last season. Now he can barely score. Odegaard is poor all seasons. He wasn't in the season prior. I don't know. Odegaard was our player of the season last season, and then he was really good the season prior. So I don't know how Odegaard has been poor all seasons. That is not factual in a way, shape, or form. But I get it. There are a lot of people that love Martinelli who have tried to make Odegaard the main problem or whatever. Odegaard doesn't get into the Ballon d'Or list by having a poor season for Arsenal. Now he's been poor all season. Okay, because I was like, he hasn't been poor all season, or all of the seasons. But yeah, I understand I said it was 60% the system and 40% we need more talent. And I stand on that. I'm very I understand everybody else's opinion, and a lot of people feel like it's just the system. But I feel like even if we played like 22-23, we'd still feel like we needed a striker, because even if you just put us back in that mind frame, we know Jesus isn't good enough because we still felt like we needed goals. Like, he still missed big chances and big moments in a season where we were 5 points ahead of Man City and bottled the league. So yeah, we definitely still need more quality up front. Whether people like it or not, the system definitely needs a tweak. And that's why I said 60-40. Going through more than one season without improving your attack makes it stale, So yeah. Pip says, I swear I can't handle another dross season of Martisgard on the left. Martisard. Is that supposed to be Martinelli and Trossard together? I hear it. I definitely hear it. Yeah, but the system definitely doesn't help them, and I totally understand that. And as somebody that hates everything that we've done since post Xhaka on the left-hand side, I totally understand the system doesn't work on that side. But would that stop me from getting an upgrade on at left wing? No, it wouldn't. We need upgrades. We need more attack. We need X factor. Because one thing that we know is even with a good system, this group of attackers doesn't have the balls when it comes down to the big moments to score goals. They will blank, they will miss big chances. And so, no matter what the scenario is with a better system or not, we need X factor in this team. We need it. So, we need both. Samuel says we've needed a striker since Abba left. So yeah. But so you agree with me. We had Jesus and Nketiah. Of course, we needed more. Exactly. So you definitely, so basically you do agree with me then that we needed more. So it's not just the system. If you think that we still need more talent, which is if you think Jesus and Nketiah aren't good enough, you agree that we need more talent, then the argument that it's just the system, you don't even agree with that either. It's both. It's both, you know? Samuel says, I think getting Zubamendi will allow Rice to play in the Xhaka role. I just don't think he has. I think what it will do is make our midfield Zubamendi plus Rice plus Odegaard is pretty much a copy and paste of the window or the midfield that we had at the back end of last season with Jorginho and Rice and Odegaard. It's pretty much the same. Man United are scoring. Oh, they hit the post. Aston Villa, you need to win this game in order to get in Champions League, right? So it'll be more like that. And that midfield did work, but you still need the attackers, period. Rice doesn't have the ability to play the Xhaka role. Josh says, that's why I said we needed better players in my earlier comment. We need both. And I just don't think you can say the system doesn't work for one player and then just ignore the impact that the system has on other players. The system has an impact on so many players. I think it impacts Rice. I think it impacts Odegaard. I think it impacts Martinelli. I think it impacts Saka. I just think Saka is so good that he knows how to deal with a struggle system. He's played a struggle system under Southgate, and he's played a struggle system under Mikel. So he knows still how to operate because he's just that good. But the other players, they need help. They need that system he needs to relax with all this passing backwards and sideways and, having a left-hand side that doesn't complement each other at all. Because I still am a little concerned that the left-hand side still won't properly function even if you have Rice in a better left wing. I think it'll be better in some ways, especially if they're more creative. If they're more creative, then that helps the creativity overall in the team, which is needed. But in terms of build up on that side, I still feel like we'll try to shuffle it over to the right. So I don't know. So I agree with you guys that the system needs work. I agree that the system needs a lot of work, but it needs more quality. Burmy says, depending on incomings, AFC will have a costly bench with the likes of Jesus, Havertz, etc. Anton Dunn says, if Rice can't play the Xhaka role, then left wing and striker need to be independent ballers, which is definitely true. One thing that I've bitched about a lot is if you're going to have the type of midfield that is only going to get you maybe, let's say max 15 goals a season all together, the DM, Odegaard, and Rice are going to give you about 15 goals, then I think the attackers need to be able to pass it to them and they create the football. Right now, right now, it feels like, you know, if you watch like Barcelona play, you watch PSG play, they have great midfielders, but they're not being asked to be KDB. A lot of them are in single digits for goals and assists. But their attackers, they have Lamine Yamal and Lewandowski and Dembele and players like that are scoring lots of goals, and you can kind of just give them the ball and they just make it happen. We don't have that. Our attackers need a lot of support from the midfield to score goals for them and to also create for them. So, yeah, it's unless we go get Mavericks up front at left wing and striker, we're going to be in trouble because Martinelli definitely needs to be set up for tap-ins. He's really good at being in the box and finishing one time, but he's not somebody that's going to take the ball from left wing and dribble in and hit it in top bins. Like that's not his bag. So, yeah. Guys, you guys are talking about the game. I'm not even watching our game. Like, I'm so honest. I'm on the multi-screen watching the other games. I'm not even watching our game. So, I'll turn it back to our game for a little bit and talk about it for the last couple of minutes, but I haven't been watching our game. I, this team needs to just the season needs to end. We're horrible. Um, Wart says Sterling is useless. Pip says, Jess, do we think Arteta will revert to the way we played back in our first season when we challenge or continue to play terrible? Well, we're buying players for this system, so I think we'll play this system still. I think in his mind, he needs to change his left wing and his striker for the system to work. When you buy Zubamendi, instead of my ideal scenario would be to go get somebody that could be the KDB to like Odegaard's David Silva, somebody that, we'd have two more creative attacking eights and just put Declan Rice in the six, and just call it a day. That would be my ideal situation. But, you know, he wants to do Zubamendi. And so if that's the midfield you're building, you're going to continue with this. This is what you want to do, So it'll be more of the same, especially if he doesn't change up his fullbacks. He's not going to buy an overlapping fullback. It's going to be another center back because we're hearing it's going to be probably a right-sided center back that comes in. So, yeah. Ooh, what happened there? Yeah. So, yeah, I think we're going to continue with the same system. Also, because Arteta has like this thing where he wants to prove that he's right. That's why instead of just copying to the fact that Havertz was a poor signing, he's forcing him on us. So, yeah. What's going on in the other games? Anything? It's still Man City, right? Is the only team that scored, or has something happened in in the games that matter? I mean, let's see. Tottenham are up against Brighton. Doesn't matter. Forest and Chelsea are still 0-0. Newcastle are still. See the live table as well. Nothing really. I mean, our team I'm telling you, if we are so, I am so thankful to Declan Rice for making sure that this game doesn't mean anything, because if we needed to win this game, do you know how much we'd be shitting bricks? Because there's no guarantee that we would see anything better than what we've seen today, because all of our games have been flat like this. I see him standing on the ball right now asking people to move. Nobody's moving. They do not move. Our players are concrete statues. Like, they do not move. So the football that we play is so bad. Like, I don't know what's happened, but the progression from the back end of last season to this season has been like Arteta is like, no, just stand there. Only one person moves at a time. And I don't know if that's like if you start moving and switching positions and you lose the ball, that um that you're more susceptible to conceding goals. And I feel like that's maybe why we don't move and only one person moves at a time. The person that has the ball and then the one person that they're meant to pass it to, they're the only ones who move. Nobody else moves. No one. Um, let's see. Samuel says Marquinhos and Lakanga are still in our payroll. Please don't remind me. Nicholas says Jokeris, Sesko, get either one or both. Um, that is going to be whoever we get. There's going to be carnage online, at least. For me, there's not going to be carnage. There will only be carnage if we don't get a left wing. If we only get one or either one of them and no left winger, is still a fail. Like it just is. So I kind of don't have like the striker. I'm like, okay, cool. Like, because my mindset is like, will Jokeris or Sesko score the goals that Havertz missed against Man United? Yeah, they probably will. So that's probably fine. The left wing is where I'm a little bit more like, we must get that right and we must get one. If they're talking about some Trossard and Martinelli for the next season, I won't be there. I won't be there. This channel is going into foreclosure. Sterling just runs around and fouls like a dumbass. Like, sorry, I know that sounds so mean, but it's so true. He runs around like a dummy all the time. Pip says, I think Jokeris actually goes to Juventus, PSG, or Liverpool. Vlahovic is going. Mawani is only on loan. PSG don't rate Ramos, and Liverpool will sell Diaz or Nunez. My heart right now, or my gut right now, is saying we get Sesko. Because I don't think Arteta is going to unanimously decide to get the striker that he doesn't want. You guys really want me to watch our game? I just seen some tomfoolery between Zinchenko and you got right now on the pitch, you have your left-hand side are both players that know that they're leaving and don't have any shame. So, they have like zero shame. So, yeah, it's tough. And we know Partey does not like playing right back, so, he's definitely making that known. I like seeing Ben White. That's about it. What left winger do I want? Right now, I am like, you need to do everything you can to get Rodrigo. I think whether he is the perfect fit for the system doesn't matter because he is the level raiser that we are looking for. From a talent perspective, he has way more creativity than anyone else. I would love to see Rodrigo come in. It's a statement signing. If you can't get him, then I guess Nico Williams. So yeah. Brian says any of our 4 trophies would have enough for me to still believe in this project, but the failure, Arteta's excuses and the fan base acceptance of excuses is very worrying. Samuel says you really can't blame Tierney. Mikel just doesn't rate him. I don't blame Tierney. I'm saying not Tierney, but like Zinchenko and Sterling for me are the ones that are just like, yeah. Hook Sterling at halftime. Thanks for your service. Goodbye. I don't even know why he's playing. He should have brought well, you can't bring Dowman, but you should have just brought an academy kid and let him play. It would have been better. What makes him a level raiser? He's just more talented than Martinelli. He's just more talented. I think Arsenal fans will look at his goals and then be like, oh, but he hasn't scored as much as Martinelli did in that one season. But he doesn't play in his right position. And even outside of his right position, he's still one of the most talented players in the world. Everybody knows that. And we have this weird thing where we think that nobody gets in our team because of whatever the fuck they think. I don't know why. Rodrigo walks straight into our team and into our starting 11. 90% of Real Madrid's team walks straight into our 11, and it's not even a conversation. I don't know why we act like we're too good for somebody that starts for Real Madrid. It's so strange to me. But yeah, he is a level raiser. He's way more creative than Martinelli. He has X factor. He has more than an action, just tap ins. He's just better. Like, I don't know what to tell you guys. He's a level raiser. I would also say watch football front with your eyes and stop looking at obscure stats like defensive actions and touches in the attacking or the opposition's box, and watch football with your eyes. And it's pretty clear that Rodrigo would step straight into our team and make us better. But we're always trying to figure out a way where our players are somehow just as good, and they're not. Like, I know that we beat Real Madrid, but we caught them in an off year, and it was still good for us to win. But let's just be real, you know. How are you missing that? I don't know. um, I don't even know where people are playing. I'm not even looking. I'm telling you, nothing made me happier than when we beat Newcastle because I knew this game wouldn't mean anything, and I'm just happy it doesn't. Goal. Yay! Tierney! That's like literally the only player that I care about scoring today. Tierney! Aww. Are you shedding a Scottish tear? Tierney! Let's go. Okay, that was good. That was good, you know? Look at that. If there was anybody that you wanted to score, wouldn't it be Tierney? Let's fucking go. I like that. Is that a Ben White assist? Ben White assist! Because we love Ben White on this channel. Let's go. See, that was exciting. Let's go. I'm happy about Tierney. Oh, I know him and Ben White are good friends too. I wonder if he'll go and like hug Ramsdale and they'll have like a little moment after the game, because I know like Tierney and Ben White and Ramsdale were really close last season. Really, really close last season. And so they were like a little crew, and I'm sure Ramsdale and they'll have a nice moment after the game. They were really close. Shamara says, "Yay!" But yeah, Sayeda says, "It annoys me when fans dismiss an attacker due to lack of GA. If you only looked at Yamal's goal stats, then most wouldn't sign him. This is why you have to watch the game with your eyes." And some of them, like, I would say, like, it's probably too big of a word, but the disgusting things that I saw people saying about Lamine Yamal and the fact that there's just no way he could win the Ballon d'Or because he doesn't have the GA just hurt my heart so bad for the footballing community, because I'm like, please get off Twitter and stop looking at spreadsheets. I think honestly, the rise of the Tactico has really hurt us as a society, because nobody really watches football with their eyes anymore. They're so glued to the stats, and they're pulling up Sofa Score and who scored, those little circles with the orange and green, the green signs that you played well, to say that players are good or not. And I'm just like, the game is gone. Like, the game is seriously gone. If you don't think Lamine Yamal is a top 2 contender, the only way I would say that maybe he shouldn't win it is if PSG win the quadruple, and then you probably need to give it to Dembele, just for the simple fact that he's pretty much won everything that you can win. And Lamine Yamal also had the opportunity to win that competition and did not. But I still feel like my gut is telling me Lamine Yamal is the best player in the world. Even with Dembele having the season that he's having, my gut, my feeling when I'm watching the game, I feel like Lamine Yamal is the best. I just do, so I actually feel like if I had to like do like a ranking or like the top 5 or so players in the world, I feel like it's like Lamine Yamal. Still feel like might be Mbappe and Dembele, and then 2 other people, I don't know. I definitely think they're probably top 3. So, in terms of, like, talent, and when you're watching with your eyes, you see the intangibles that other players just don't have. So, saying Lamine Yamal doesn't deserve a Ballon d'Or, or shouldn't even be in the conversation because he hasn't scored enough goals is just insanity to me. It's just dark. It's dark. It's dark, so I feel the same way about, like, a Rodrigo, you know? So, yeah, halftime. Yeah, I feel the same way about Rodrigo. It's if you actually watch football, you would probably feel like he walked straight into our team. If your eyes are glued to the spreadsheet, then you'd be trying to convince us that like Rodrigo and Martinelli are on the same level, and they're just not. Jordan says Yamal was also a major reason why Spain won the Euros last summer. People tend to forget that, and he was 16. Terrence Tibbs says, shame on Arteta for the way he treated Tierney. Samuel says, Tierney, what a professional player, still giving his 100% when he gotten that kind. What kind of treatment are we talking about? Now, hold on now. Let's not be disingenuous here. If there are people in this fan base that are considering moving on from Calafiori after one season because he hasn't played any games, then surely we're not going to revise history on Tierney. Tierney, no matter what you make of him, he's a good player, and at one point we probably thought that he would be a captain, but he is just way too injury prone. So what is the treatment we're actually talking about? I want you guys to be specific because I don't think there's anything wrong with moving on a player that just can't maintain any sort of fitness. I feel you guys know I've been wanting to get rid of Jesus. I'm pretty much at my wit's end with Tomiyasu. So I'm consistent on that. If you are injury prone, which Tierney was our first never plays guy, sick note guy. So I love Tierney, but I never felt like he was mistreated by Mikel. So when was he mistreated? I mean, he's played more than Zinchenko this season, genuinely. So, yeah. Emmy Martinez, red card. Are you serious? Well, they're not making it now. So that just made it so much easier for Chelsea and them to make it. Gundogan bicycle kick is how they scored their goal. Oh my days. Well, so it's pretty much going to be these three, isn't it? Newcastle, unless Nottingham Forest and Aston Villa can, really push in the second half, it's pretty much just going to be the teams that are in there. That's really unfortunate. I was really hoping for some sort of this is dead. Valeria says, what a shit game to watch this system. Sucks we have to move the ball. We need to move the ball quicker. We just Arteta loves this Juga de Position, very slow build up. We're like the slowest build up team in the league, and I feel like it's by design. It's by design, you know. So, yeah. Yeah, man. This is gonna be a dead final day. Unai, you're not getting Champions League. You're gonna be in your favorite competition, Europa. Newcastle and them can just go ahead and drop points now because it's not gonna matter. Um, Mbomo, 20 something goals this season. That is just so impressive. if you guys are new to the channel, then you won't know this, but for those of you guys that have been here for a minute, I have a real soft spot for Thomas Frank, and I love Mbomo. I would take him in a heartbeat at Arsenal. He has so many goals. He's fast. He's good. So he's going to get a massive move this summer, and he deserves it. There's going to be, I think, quite a few moves from like not the bottom teams, but teams outside of like the normal, like traditional big six that will get big moves. And Bomo will be one of them. Eze will be one of them, and Morgan Gibbs White will also be one. So we shall see. Unless maybe Nottingham Forest decide to be serious and beat Chelsea today. Blaze says Thomas Frank could replace Ange at Spurs. It's just a shame they're gonna ruin him. Pixel says I'd even take Wiss on a 2-year deal. Seda says I'm hearing this Emi Martinez's first red card in his professional career. That's crazy. Jordan says, where do you think Emi Martinez going since he's been forced to leave Villa? I think he'll go Saudi. I think he'll go for the money. Pip says, Jess, how would you feel if we sign Nkunku for 70 million and a here we go? At that point, I will look to another sport. I wouldn't understand why we would do such a thing, but I also never would have thought that we would have signed Kai Havertz. So yeah, I guess you have to take those type of rumors pretty seriously, unfortunately. So yeah, it's tough. It's really, really tough. So, yeah. If we were to get Nkunku, I think any of the like Nkunku, João Pedro type players, we don't need. We need a left winger we need a left winger and we need a striker, and so neither one of those fit that bill. They're both false nine kind of positionless, and we have enough of those, so I really would think, not to do that. That's horrendous. And also don't want a player that's running around with balloons in his socks. Like, I get it that, you're doing it for your kid, but we'll just we're already banter fodder, but it would be even worse for us. I can't do it. I need us to bring in a serious player that doesn't have any connection to anyone else. CE says I would take Damsgaard. I think he's very underrated for a team that, like, most of everything that Brentford does goes really under the radar. But Damsgaard is in double figures for assists this season, and they're not from corners. If you actually watch Brentford play, his assists are really, really nice. He's a really good player. He should go somewhere else. I mean, I don't think that like Brentford is like a bad place for players. That's not what I'm saying. But the player of like his level to me is just like, yeah. Or he's not in double figures for assists. He has 9 assists. I think the one that I thought took him to 10 got called back for an offside, but he has 3 goals and 9 assists. That's not bad, when we're talking about like, oh, we need assists, so I like him. I think he's just one of those that him and Mbomo, because they don't have great hairlines and they're not great, they don't have the aesthetics. People are like, no, he's not good, so, but he is. Men and women's sports are very different. You guys are talking about stuff. Pixel says we'll sign a Chelsea reject. It's inevitable. 14 draws. Sammy says Nkunku, who said we're getting him. Sade is kind of dope. Same with Stiller, midfielder. Yes, if you know, if you don't have a good hairline and you're got the receding hairline and you're young, people are just going to write you off. And Bomo I think it just doesn't have pretty privilege. you know? He just doesn't have pretty privilege. They would never send off Emmy Martinez if they were playing us, would they? They would have found a way to make this not. Oh my, is he okay? Why did he do that? Now, if he had done that against us, they would have given, like, if he had done that to Havertz, they would have given Havertz a card. You just know it. They would give Havertz a card for running into Emmy Martinez. You know it. You know it. You absolutely know it. But yeah, that's hilarious. Well, we can stop. Everybody can stop pretending like he's this like great and wonderful goalkeeper. He's good for Argentina. Um, Rasmus wasn't going to score. Emmy Martinez just want to do violence because he can. That's crazy. It's crazy. Like somebody said, 23 goals, Isak, best striker in the world, 20 goals, and Bomo, Barkley's man. Exactly. Exactly. Somebody listen to me. People will talk about Isak. He's had, let's look it up actually. Let's really get into it. Okay. Isak has 23 goals and 6 assists this season, right? He had 21 goals and 2 assists last season. And Bomo has 20 goals and 7 assists this season. He had 9 goals and 6 assists last season. But, you know, I'm not saying that Isak is not a great player, but Mbomo's not getting enough love. He's just not, because he's just not getting enough love. He just deserves it. You watch the goals back, they're class too. They're not just tap-ins or scruffy shots that he barely got in the back of the net. Like some of those were some really good goals. I would take him in a fucking heartbeat. 100%. Like he's such a good player. Yeah, let's go. Let's see. Um Let's see. And Bomo's best position is Saka's best position. Why throw shade on him? What are we talking about? Big up Jess, thoughts on the Matoma links. We'll talk about that in I'll read the rest of these comments out really quick and then I'll go back to that. He scored 11 Premier League penalties this season. Antonin says Isak is just okay, still half the player Henry was and half the player Salah is. Victor says if only Mbomo was right-footed, left wing, I'd be saying I've been wanting him for a while. CE says, but if Mbomo plays on the right side, we need a left wing. And Pixel Pioneer says Arsenal should get a number 10. Jerome says, is it because he's bald, people don't like him? Yes. Pretty privilege is a thing. Like it is a thing, guys. Like when you don't like, let me give you a good fucking example. Soboslai has 6 goals and 6 assists this season. Damsgaard has 9 assists and 3 goals this season. They have the same amount of goal involvements, but nobody is talking about Damsgaard. But Soboslai, we're meant to believe, is like this great player. It's pretty privilege. He's playing in a much better side. He's a number 10 or an attack-minded player. He should probably have more than this, right? And he doesn't. Gravenberch and McAllister are doing all the work for you, so you should be able to be a little bit more free and score more goals and get more assists. Damsgaard has the same goal involvements as you, you know? Like, he might have the same goal involvements as Odegaard. He has more, right? Yeah, he has more. Outside of, like, obviously Odegaard has stuff in the Champions League, but my point is that Damsgaard doesn't have pretty privileges. Like, he's not a bad player. He's so good. If you actually watch his assists too, like that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a difference between the assist that's like, you know, you passed it to the player and then they dribbled through a million players and they kicked it in the back of the net. He is actually setting people up. Like, I think Damsgaard is way better than people give him credit for, and I think Mbomo also is better than I think people are coming to it now, but I think last season he was pretty brilliant as well, especially with, the Ivan Toney ban and all that kind of stuff. So, pretty privilege is a thing, and also playing for bigger teams as well gives you like, oh, because people are looking at you. But yeah, yeah, those players are really good. Do you guys know what I just fucking saw? Antonio Conte is heading towards a Napoli exit. He said, "Leave while the vibes are high." Like leave when the vibes are high. Where do you guys think he's going? Surely he doesn't end up in the Prem somewhere. Surely not. Are you joking? Antonio Conte and Napoli could part ways. Napoli's main target for replacement is Allegri. What is happening? Here for a good time, not a long time. And we're back. Second half is underway. That's fucking insane. Back to Juve? What? No, Conte's not going to Chelsea because Ornstein already said that whether he Maresca gets Champions League or not, they're going to stick with him. So, wow, that's deep. That's deep. They must have had real beef behind the scenes. Real beef behind the scenes. I rate it though. Stay for a good time, not a long time. Why are people lying? I'm seeing people say that Zinchenko and Ethan, no offense to them, are getting the ball. They're getting the ball and moving it quickly. I'm sorry, I haven't seen any quick movement all game. Quit capping. We're actually watching the game. Nuts. Absolutely nuts. Let's see what you guys are saying. Blaze says, yeah, Soboslai and Mateus Nunez getting away from criticism. Same thing with Darwin Nunez, but people said about Gabriel Jesus is a flop. Berta's at the game. Pixel says Conte is a win now manager, proper cold, but great win for the ladies. Yeah, guys, we don't have to the women's players are not going to play for the men's team. Da da da. Like I feel like it's a moot conversation to be honest. But the women's team is definitely saving this season. I do agree with Ian Wright. He said that basically they saved us from an embarrassment of a season. I know some people didn't like that. They felt like Ian was being over the top, but I'm like, no matter what the club tells you, I know the club is telling us that this is a good season because we finished second with all the injuries, but it's a poor season. We watched it with our eyes. We saw it. We went through it. It's a poor season for a team that's meant to win things. We didn't get to a single final and we didn't win anything, so yeah, he's right. That's the only joy that we've had from this season is that the women have won a Champions League. And the reason why it feels so good is because we're a one club. And we like a lot of our people that follow the men's team actually do really love the women's team. So yeah, he was right. 14 draws can't be sugar coated. It was atrocious. Exactly. Then it's like this whole thing about, like I told you guys, like Sophie from Highbury Squad said it the best, but the club need to allow the fans to have their own mind. And they often try to almost like manipulate the fan base into believing that we're better than what we are, or we've performed better than what we have, and things don't matter. And second place is fine if you have all these injuries. And we've actually had a great season and we've progressed when it doesn't feel like that. So stop trying to make the fans think, that that's the truth. It's not. Just one time, can we be honest about the season not being good? It's okay. I actually prefer to stamp something as a negative or a failure so that it doesn't feel like we're just trying to pull the wool over, you know? Yawa says we had an average big team season. It's not okay. We went backwards in the league. The women's team shed the negativity. Saida says, are the women's team getting a parade? They're not. They're not getting a parade. They are going to do a trophy lift at, I want to say, the store or somewhere for 10,000 people. That's not a parade. Burmy says, Conte don't play. I'll never forget that Spurs speech. Jordan says, are you excited that Sunderland is back in the league and how you think they're going to do? My friend is ecstatic right now because he's a Sunderland fan. I think it's a good thing for us to have Sunderland back in the club or back in the league. They're like a proper Barclays team that should be, they're a big club that should be in the Premier League. They have a lot of history, and they also have history with Newcastle. That is their main rival. And so I like that Newcastle are actually going to have their ops in the league, just like we do, just like City do. Like we have our main ops, Everton and Liverpool. They need to have some ops in the damn league. I've always, had a soft spot for Sunderland after I watched their documentary. I think they're a great club, and the only problem we're going to have is we already struggle going up north. We struggle going to Goodison Park. We struggle at St. James. We struggle at the Etihad. We struggle at Anfield. We struggle at Old Trafford. So I wonder if we'll struggle at the Stadium of Light, so we will see. We shall see. But it actually is really good that Sheffield didn't get back into the league because we don't want to rinse a repeat of the last couple of seasons. Sheffield are horrendous, and every time they come up, it's not great. I will say that it was nice seeing Kevin Campbell's son score that goal. I know that they didn't end up winning, but that was a really nice moment. But yeah, no Sheffield. Concrete Jungle says, so you saying there is positives, it can't be all negative. I think that the positives are that of like MLS and Ethan, and the fact that we finished second with the injuries is a positive because it could have been worse, but ultimately there's more negatives to this season than positives. So I don't think that we can spin every second finish as a positive. At some stage it's not positive anymore. And so I think the club has a hard time taking accountability and saying it just hasn't been good enough. I think if Josh Kroenke and Mikel stood up there on the final day of the season at the Emirates and said, it hasn't been good enough, we let you down, you deserve more, and we're going to get you guys more, and we're going to have a massive summer, and we're going to win next season, that would be well received, much better than it's been a good season because anybody else would have finished below second, and it's a positive, and just be patient and we'll eventually win. It's just different. They don't take any sort of accountability. It's and this season the summer was so bad that I do feel like they needed to take accountability. Because if you think about it, if you had gotten the striker and if you had gotten the striker and you had gotten the winger like you were meant to this past summer, then maybe Havertz wouldn't have gotten injured, or maybe he would, and there would have been somebody there. So giving the injury excuse when you said you knew that players were going to get injured because you had such a bad summer window and a thin squad just stinks. It stinks. So yeah. Like, come on, it's just something I would just prefer them to stand up there, take some accountability, say it hasn't been good enough, and that we deserve better. And, we failed our objectives, but we're going to do everything to make sure that doesn't happen again. And we will win next season. That, to me, that's so much better than what they have been saying. Blaze says, Saliba and Odegaard said, we don't deserve to win the league this season. Players had more accountability. One of my biggest critiques of Arteta is his squad building. Yep. They failed in the summer and January windows for sure. Chris says, bad season on an administrative level, did better than we probably should have with what we had on the field. Players got to be fit, can't overlook the skeleton crew we had. Definitely don't feel like, it wasn't good that we were able to maintain second with the injuries, but the injuries, like you said, are kind of on an administrative level that you started off the season knowing you had a skeleton crew. So when you knew that, and then it ended up being a reality because we didn't have the luck that we've had in previous seasons, it's really hard for me to give you flowers for something that was self-inflicted. Oh man. Well, they've made Champions League, so that's that. Nottingham Forest. You will always have an enemy in me. You just had one job. One job. Why are they diving all over the place? What is wrong with our team? We're like diving all over the place. Yeah, it's peak. This is not it's not going the way we wanted it to, is it? Oh, and we conceded. Great. I haven't seen it yet, but I said we're so lucky that this game doesn't mean anything. As if it did, we'd be in a lot of trouble. A lot of trouble. Look at them celebrating like they won the league. Oh, he's having a baby. I'll take that back. I am so tired of this fucking team. But it was coming for like the last like 5 minutes that I was watching the game. It was coming, you know? It was coming. So all I saw was the players just throwing themselves at it at the ball and looking all like, you know how we get where we get like very unprofessional. Like that's the look that they had, like all the fouls over and over again. It was strange. No, we conceded. It's just annoying. But you could see it coming. So Samuel says the spoiled dickheads are getting through Champions League. Shocking. Berta needs to fix up the set piece defending. Our set piece defending has been really poor. Let's be honest. So, set pieces have dried up from a goal scoring perspective, and then all of a sudden, like, yeah. Again, guys, if there was anything on this game, I would be very concerned. Very, very concerned. But, you know, there's nothing on it, so it is what it is. But if there was anything on this game, I just didn't think we'd win it, because we don't even have the professionalism just to fucking win it. So, and now we know Chelsea is going to make it. So great. It's going to be all the teams that we didn't want to make it. Such a shit final day. I'm so happy that the season is done. It's a joke. Like, I literally don't even think, like, let me look at the thing. The only thing that could happen is if Aston Villa score. If Aston Villa score and beat Man United and Newcastle stay the same, then they would go ahead of them. But I don't see them scoring now because Emi Martinez is a cunt. I don't know if he had something on the game or, he, is max fixing. I don't know, because that's just brain dead what he did. Brain dead what he did. So, yeah, but Arsenal, I'm so glad that this game doesn't mean a thing. Thank you, Declan Rice, for scoring against Newcastle. Thank you, Kivior and Calafiori, for keeping that clean sheet. Because if we had to play this game and it meant something, we would be in trouble. I mean, I feel like the one thing about this season that has really just devastated me is just they almost like the lack of shame. that the players have. Like, they don't have enough shame to play well, even in, like, a game that doesn't matter. It's like, what about some shame? You know? Is there any shame ever, or is it just every day, just it's okay. We don't need to equalize, we don't need to win the game. Like, they're so it's but I think, when the club tells you it's okay, constantly and we're moving forward and it's fine, then you start to believe it, but the standards need to lift a lot. We have dropped our standards so badly this season. There's just no shame. Like, do you have no this is the worst team in the league. I know that it's the final day and there's nothing on it, but you would think that you would just even attempt to have a decent game, but you don't. So, thank you, Declan, for making sure this didn't mean anything. Pip says the lack of shame stems from Arteta. Jerome says Arsenal are so frustrating sometimes. We're so good, and other times we're so shit. Blaze says we had 15 draws. I'm sorry, but we can't say something positive about this season. It's not good enough. The shameless season. Exactly. This is like the shameless season. There is zero shame. Nobody ever seems like, except for Declan, that that at some stage, like especially the players that go forward. I'm not going to really speak for the defenders that much, but because the defenders have pretty much done well this season, despite like not being at their sparkling best, they're still really good. But everybody that kind of goes forward has like no shame, none, zero. It's like, if I'm going to have a bad game, I'm going to have the worst game of my life, So like, why not have the worst game I've ever had in my life? Isn't that a penalty? Yeah, Aston Villa, you deserve Europa League, because what I'm seeing here is just shocking. I know that you're down a man, but what is this? Yeah, Nottingham Forest and Aston Villa did not come into their games trying to win. They are just like, we're just happy we're getting some sort of Europe. Arsenal, you need way more than just 2 attackers this summer. You need shame. Shame and embarrassment. Valeria says this game just sums up our season. Ideal summer for you. Now he's bringing on Saka. What the fuck are you doing? Are you okay? Why is he bringing on Saka? I don't get it. Why would you bring on Saka? I don't get it. Why wouldn't you just let him start his summer relaxation? He has to go to England duty. No, Newcastle do have UCL. Unless something has happened in the last couple of minutes, they get 5th. So it's Aston Villa and Newcastle, or Aston Villa and Nottingham Forest are missing out. I get that he wants to win the game, but at this stage, it's like, it's a shame. This team can't even beat Southampton convincingly. Exactly. It's like, it's just shameful. In seasons gone past, especially the last 2 seasons, there were games that I rewatched so many times just because I just enjoyed watching us play. Like, I enjoyed watching us play so much. And I cannot name more than 2 games that I rewatched this season because I could not wait for the season to be over. Genuinely. Like, I think I only rewatched the Sporting game and the Real Madrid game. Maybe the Man City game too. Um, but every other game was like, I just cannot rewatch it because it was hard to watch the first time around. This has been it's just been nightmares. It's just been nightmares. I can't even blame Everton because they've done well this season for themselves, and Moyes has done a good job. So I just like if they don't win this game, it is what it is. I don't care. They tried. But Nottingham Forest and Aston Villa, you guys had Champions League in your hands. Oh! 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 What the fuck was that? I just saw somebody just fall off the ball. I hope that's not an ACL. In the Fulham Man City game, somebody just fell off of the ball and they didn't look like anything happened to them. It was like I was like, did you turn your ankle? Never mind, sorry. False alarm. It doesn't have anything to do with us because I'm not looking at our games. So John says 2022-2023 sounds like a decade ago, especially before the January window. Blessing says, are you going to do a start bench sell of the squad? Yeah, of course. Chelsea men, I wanted their downfall. It's just nothing ever happens bad to anyone else but us. It's so annoying. Thank you, Declan, for making sure that this game meant nothing. Woo! Because if we didn't have those 3 points, Aston Villa, Newcastle, and Nottingham Forest aren't doing anything, but they would if we were not winning. So they're showing fucking Arteta in the box seats. Please, you either need to like be so good next season or you gotta pack your shit, man. Because there is no reason for us to be this bad. No reason for us to be this bad. Sorry. No reason for us to be this bad. None. Why aren't you in the box? Did you see Ramsdale diving? Oh my days. That's so funny. I'm crying. Uh-oh. Ramsdale. Ghost dive. I'm dying. That's funny. But you can't be like, oh, well, Arteta wants to win the game, so it's okay for him to put Sack out there. But then when I expect you to win it, be like, well, nothing will change. It just doesn't matter. So it either matters or it doesn't. Now you put Sack out there, I expect you to win. So I expect you to win before he got out there. It would be nice if they didn't pain us every time that they play. Like I said, find shame. Are we allergic to shooting? Arteta will have to coach the team to the maximum level to win the league. I don't see that happening. Lars says, how bad are we playing right now? And in fact, all season. Big up, Jess. Something needs to change, either manager or the tactics. Yeah, I mean, Arteta, the thing is Arteta has the ability to change. He does. He has the ability to change because we've seen him change from being a progressive attacking manager to a negative manager. Or an anti-football manager, because whatever he's trying to do this season is anti-football. You can't tell me anything different. I know that's like, well, we have all the possession. It doesn't matter. It's what you do with the ball. There are teams that are more attacking than us without the ball than we are with it. The only reason why we have it is so that the other team cannot hurt us with it. That's the only reason why we have the ball. So personally, I'm just like, he has the ability to change, but he'd have to humble himself and release that ego just a wee bit. And I think if you see a full 180 switch from us being like what we are now to fully attacking, then that would mean that he would have to almost accept that he made a mistake. And I feel like that's why we won't get it. Um, he doesn't, I don't think he thought that this way would win something, and it hasn't. So I think he almost has to go down with the ship. I think what will happen next season is we'll have a really difficult beginning of the season, and he will continue with this, and we will not have gotten the things that we're supposed to get, and he'll struggle, and then by December they'll be wanting him out. So I think that's kind of where we are. Oh, Raya, I wanted to get the Golden Glove for you, but to be honest, it would have been just like a little just great. We don't deserve anything this season. So oh, and if you guys, I don't know if you guys have been watching me on Judge Mo's channel, but a couple of probably about a month or so ago, I said that Everton, did they score? There's still a chance that somebody will feel devastation and pain. Now hold on to it. Shameless. Shameless, Pip. Shameless. It's okay. Because Declan Rice ensured that whatever happens to us today, it doesn't matter. Like, it's fine. So yes. Now Everton, hold on. And I'm just hoping that Villa could just nick a goal, but they just look so dumb. They look so dumb. You're playing United. Crazy. So me and my dog eat these Ritz crackers like nobody's business. I don't know why I'm so addicted to them. They're so good. Like I always eat them as like a snack with like nothing on them too. Shameless. Mm. Come on, Everton. See, now I want it too much. I need to relax. I want it too much. I need to relax. If I don't want it, it will happen. Yeah. Pip says, this is why I don't want Dawkins. Had a chance to round the keeper to slot it in and does not. Bum. Burmy says, I think Raya and Sells can be co-winners. Oh, okay. Come on. Shamar says, Forest are useless. They are. But they probably, I think, after the whole shit that they went through with Awani, and then I think once they knew that they qualified for some version of Europe, I think they kind of are like settled a little bit, because Champions League was kind of like, was going to be big, and I just think that they got to the stage where they were like, you know what? It's all right, Oh, somebody in the Liverpool game got sent off too. Gravenberg. Yeah. So, yeah, I think they kind of relaxed a little bit once they knew that they had some form of Europe. And then the Awani thing happened. It's just a lot for them. It was just a lot for them. Lucas says, yes, Raya and Sells will share the award. Blessing says, went from 3rd to 7th in a month. That's crazy. It's just, but the end of the season is so hard. Like, I think that's the thing. It's like when we talk about, like, it's true, the season really doesn't start until April. It really does not start until April. And so the pressure is on, the games are coming thick and fast. And if you're not on top of it, you're in trouble. So I think with Nottingham Forest, they were riding a high, and that high ran out. And April is what makes or breaks teams. You either have it or you don't, which is kind of where we always break down as well. So um, I have a lot of like sympathy and empathy for them because they weren't even meant to be here at the beginning of the season. They had, why is Odegaard coming on? Um, at the beginning of the season, it was they had almost gotten relegated. They had just like avoided relegation. And so for them to even be in fourth for like four months, like you said, um, is impressive. So I get it, Burmy saying disappointed by Forest. I think mostly disappointed just because they're ensuring that our rivals um, continue into the Champions League. But, you know, that there's just it is what it is. Um I really cannot hate on them, even though I would love for them to make my day brighter. They've had a fantastic season. So, um, yeah. Why is my sofa score going off? Oh, we scored. I was like, why is my sofa score going off? What does it mean? But we scored. Um, oh no, Sega! Oh, it's offside, isn't it? It looked like it was offside. Yeah, offside. Oh yeah, he's way offside actually. Uh well, let's go again. Now the dogs are here because they love these Ritz crackers and they heard the bag. Shameless. Why are people saying that? I think we need to all calm down about the Newcastle. We have a long way to go. When you want something to happen so bad, you want it too bad. You need to just calm. Oh, Manchester City scored 2 goals, so because they're not shameless and ridiculous like we are. So I don't even want to watch this now because I just want it too bad now. I want Newcastle to fail too much. And whenever I want it too bad, it doesn't happen. Like, I kid you not, if the timeline is like, oh, Man United, they're getting killed, they're getting, they're in trouble. Da, da, da. Okay, we both won the Golden Glove. Every fucking time that happens, I'm like, then I turn on the game, they score instantly right after. Okay, what's going on in the Villa game? They're all acting like something should happen. A handball? Yeah, he didn't have control of the ball. The goalkeeper by Inter didn't have control of the ball. He doesn't have two hands on the ball. They have to VAR. He doesn't have he didn't have control of the ball. He doesn't have control of the ball. Oh my gosh. Listen, I'm not just saying this because I'm shameless. Aston Villa got F there. They got F there. The goalkeeper doesn't have control of the ball. He doesn't have two hands on the ball, or even one. Wow. Villa, you just got F'd. Villa scored, but they need to VAR it because the goalkeeper has to have control of the ball. He needs to have one hand, I think at least one hand on the ball, and he didn't. He didn't have any control of the ball. Is he gonna go look at the monitor or no? Villa just got effed. Villa got effed. They did. When you rewatch it, he doesn't have control of the ball. Villa were robbed. No pause. Sorry. Come on, Everton, get 2 so we could be, like, done with it. Have we scored yet? Are we still being shameless? No, like, literally, I do not like Villa at all. Like, but the goalkeeper has to have control of the ball. Like, they literally have to have one hand on the ball, and he doesn't. His hands are like this, and the ball is right there, and he kicked it out, so they got effed, but whatever. Daylight robbery. Arsenal, will you be shameless today, or will you, have a little bit of shame and score a goal and at least give us a 3 extra points? Or no? That's crazy. They did Villa dirty right then. It's kind of funny how people are like kind of turning on Nicholas Jover now, but he shouldn't be such a prominent figure anyway. I think the fact that at some point people were, drawing murals of him just showed how shameless we are. Like, when the goalkeeper coach is more prominent than any of our attackers, it's pretty bad. So let's just have some shame, I think Man United scored, did they not? Yeah, Villa are out because United just scored, I think. So I'm on. Yeah, it's dark, Villa, but well, he's onside and you just fell asleep. So yeah, Villa are out. So and now Newcastle are back in, aren't they? Because Aston Villa are now losing. Dark day. Villa just had to not lose to one of the worst teams in the league, and that they scored right then. Villa actually did get they did get messed up. So but it's gonna be such a like Champions League. Everybody's in it except for Man United. You know how crazy that is? Man United are the only team in the Big Six that are not, or no, yeah, because nobody really counts Tottenham, but they're the only team that are not in it. Hello, buddy. What's up? What's wrong? Here, we'll eat these together. Here you go. Yeah, only really Man United are not in Champions League. This is gonna be, you guys, I'm telling you right now, if we have to meet up against Tottenham in Champions League, I won't make it. Like, this could actually be, I just feel like this next season is gearing up to be a really tough season for Mikel. All of our, ops are going to be in it, except for Man United. He's gonna have to hit the ground running. Like, they're already talking about the window is gonna be a goalkeeper and a defender, Zuby and a striker. Like, it could actually get really dark for Mikel very quickly, because that is not the type of window that is gonna make sure that you win shit. Oh, I kind of feel bad for Emery a little bit, but it is what it is. Like, you hate to see teams get screwed by the refs, but it is what it is. Then you conceded right after you didn't have to concede. So, I mean, Saka is so tired, and it's so obvious that he can barely run, and he's out there playing in a dead rubber. See what I mean? See what I mean? Like, this essentially, I know that, we want to win the last game of the season, but it's essentially a dead rubber, so it's kind of like when Arteta played like half of our starters against PSV in the dead rubber like 2 seasons ago. It's like you do the weirdest shit, man. Like John says, if we draw again, my head will be on Mars. I mean, it's pretty certain. It's 85 minutes in, so it's 85 minutes in. When's the last time we scored a late winner? So drawing to Southampton is just, I mean, we struggled with them at home and then turned around and went to their place and then bent over. Like, it's just so annoying, Mom. No, Salah scored. It doesn't matter. What? So they're level now? It's 2-2? Okay. Our whole game plan is to get it into the box and head it in. Like, he needs to get rid of this. Like, this style of play, I know that it suits Havertz, but it doesn't suit the rest of our players. The rest of our players are not, you know, it's just not it for me. Oh, yeah, Blaze, yes, exactly, and I want everybody to remember that we were told at the beginning of the season when we're getting those red cards that being down to 10 men, um being down to 10 men means that you can't score or play progressive football or anything, which is another fib that has been made by people that love Mikel so much. It's you have to play regressive football, you have to get locked into your box and, batten down the hatches, and it's just annoying. You know, you can score with 10 men, you can play progressive football. You don't need to be like locked in. Like, it's annoying. Havertz signing has held us back so much. Both Man City and Liverpool recruiting big names, by the way. It's going to be very difficult next season. Very, very difficult. Be prepared for the Athletic and Neville and Carragher and all of them to predict us to finish outside of the top four. Be prepared. It's coming. It's coming. Like, it's coming because I think a lot of people are going to predict that this is the season that we fall apart. And I don't necessarily blame them because it could get that way. I don't see these players picking themselves back up after the 3 failed seasons, and especially if we don't have a big summer, I just don't see them picking themselves up, especially if we play the exact same type of football. You know, because I don't think they like it. I think they hate it, to be honest, because if I was a player and I played for Arsenal Football Club, I would hate playing this way. Oh god. Why is my sofa score going off? Oh, we scored. Is this one gonna stand? Somebody who's ahead of me, let me know if this goal stands or not, because apparently we scored a goal. Onside. Sorry. That goal was for me and me alone. Sorry. That goal was for me and for me alone. If you know, you know. Let's go. Well, sometimes things are just for one person, and that was for me. Thank you. Let's go. Let's go. I love it. I absolutely love it. Oh, no, it's from outside of the box, you know? It's from outside the box. It's great. It's a really, really good goal. And hopefully it ends up being the winner. So we have Shane. Yes, I do. Um, but here's the thing. Um, as I've noticed that really there are the main people that really do not like Odegaard are people that hate the club, 100%. And people that love Martinelli because is Martinelli needs somebody who's playing worse than him so that they can kick the heat off of him. And last season that didn't happen. Last season, like Kai Havertz, Trossard, Odegaard, Saka all played well at the end of the season, so he was pretty much the worst. This season, Odegaard was poor, so Martinelli fans latched onto that to distract from the fact that Martinelli has had 2 poor seasons. But I'll just be honest, Martinelli it's just it's not the same as Odegaard. Martinelli is he's a good player, but he's just not somebody that I think people take that Klopp quote way too serious. They said it was the talent of the century. Klopp didn't even want Salah. He didn't want Mane either. He has his talent ID is not the best, which is why Liverpool have always had a good sporting director and they use his talent ID and not Klopp. So I get it. A lot of the Martinelli people have latched onto Odegaard hate to distract from Nelly. But I just think Odegaard's going to have a much better season next season when that ankle is fully healed. And, it's Martinelli's going to be the one fighting for his position, not him. So, good luck. I don't know what to tell you. Let's see. AMD says, I would want them to stay, but with big names coming in, the contest starting positions. Shamaria says, where the F did they get 7 minutes? I don't know. Saida says, also the ones who believe Saka deserved to win the player of the season, it's mostly because they wanted rivals to rate Saka so much, even though they never will, which Saida knows, just like I know, that I remember at the back end of last season when Odegaard won player of the season, so many Arsenal fans turned on him then because they felt like it should be Saka for the exact reason that Saida said, because they said, well, if we don't rate Saka, then why will rivals? Nobody will ever rate Saka. Like, the rivals will never tell the truth about Saka. Like, so if you need him to win player of the season for it, then you're going to have to keep waiting. Like, I don't know what to tell you, but it's just dark, like, yeah. So Samuel says, I love Odie, but he was a letdown this season. He was a letdown this season. He was and see, Saka injured again. For people that were like, oh, well, Arteta wants to win the game. There you go. That's why he shouldn't have came in, because I was saying, like, Saka hasn't looked fit. He's barely walking. He's barely fucking walking. And people are like, oh, yeah, like, but he wants to win the game. Okay. That's actually insane, man. So yeah. The only good thing would be if he gets to miss those Nation League games. Or whatever they are. They Nation League games. That's the only thing that would make me happy. Because I don't even like that he's going to have to play those games. Yeah, Aston Villa, they really on it, like, Um, they really should slap the shit out of Emmy Martinez because he pretty much took away any opportunity they had to get into get into Champions League. Arteta's in the stands because he got suspended from in the last game, touchline ban. The English media destroys Saka's reputation after he missed a penalty against Italy. I don't think the media or rival fans will rate him. I don't either. I don't know why. If you said out of your mouth that the reason why Odegaard cannot win Player of the Season is because we need rivals to rate Saka, then you need to get offline. You need to get offline, like seriously. Because Odegaard was brilliant towards the back end of last season. I think what you do at the back end of the season does tend to stick in your mind when you're voting for Player of the Season than what happened prior to. That doesn't mean that Saka wasn't brilliant. He was brilliant like the whole season. Like, well, no, actually, I'm lying. He wasn't brilliant the whole season. He had a period where he wore the blonde hair was terrible. But Saka's so good that he gets GA whether he's playing well or not. But his performances weren't that great. But everybody played well towards the back end of the season. But Odegaard was really instrumental to that, especially keeping us in the Champions League with that assist against Porto. So yeah, and just like I feel the same way about Declan Rice. Declan Rice, to me, deserves Player of the Season because what you do in April is probably more important to your season than what you did in August. So yeah. AMD says it's because he's not aesthetically pleasing to watch. Spurs losing 3-1. I want it to mean something, but it doesn't. Oh well, but we will all be in Champions League next season because thanks to us, we figured out a way to get that additional fifth spot, which I almost wish we didn't. There's just so many people going to be in Champions League. It's going to get dark. We need a huge summer. Everton did their big one. They did what they needed to do. So Everton, I have nothing bad to say about you. But Emmy Martinez, you're the evil that I always knew you were. And Nottingham Forest, it is what it is, babe. Struggled. Arsenal fans are going to be so upset about the Villa goal, but they just need to be. I just feel like people need to stop. Um, people need to stop caring. I mean, they want Isak so bad that they're concerned about the Villa goal. I get it, but like we were never going to get Isak, so we can just relax now. I cannot wait for us to just get whoever we're going to get and put all of our effort and energy into that person instead of pining over some guy that we're never going to get. So I'm in that way, I'm a little bit happy that it's like over. Mo Salah is the first player in the competition's history to win the Premier League Player of the Season, the Premier League Golden Boot, and the Premier League Playmaker Award in the same season. He's also equaled the record for the most goal involvements ever recorded in a Premier League season, 47. You see what we're competing against, by the way. Salah is getting 47 goal involvements in a Premier League season, and our best player has 6 goals. And I know that he was injured for a long period of time, but our highest earner has 9. Our highest earner has 9 goals, and our best attacker has 6. And people are talking about, oh, well, this is what we're competing against. We need a bagsman up front. and we need a new left wing, like, badly, bro. Like, it's never been more over. Y'all did plotting on a Salah dip. It's never gonna happen. Salah is not gonna dip like Aubameyang did. Like, it's not gonna happen. So our game's over, right? Well, at least we won. Great. So yeah, all the same people that were in Champions League are gonna stay in it. So annoying. I don't even know what to say. What are we gonna say now? What is there to say? Um, Chelsea is winning their game. Blessing says, wasn't enough shame. We didn't have enough shame. There's not enough shame. I want more. Like, oh, I can't believe nobody missed out. No, he didn't. I don't think he did. Um, if he had, they would have said it because I don't see it on the timeline. Because Liverpool fans were salivating for it. But like I said, um, yeah, like I said, Salah is probably not going to go down, you know. He's probably not going to fall off like we want him to. So yeah. Mm, mm, mm. That wasn't even fun. Mata says, I don't feel like any of our players are going to get better, and it's scary. Blessing says, honestly, just pack in the 2025-2026 season as well. Andrew Basket says, just which of the top 8 would you have wanted to qualify? In other words, who do you hate the most? I mean, I was hoping for one of Newcastle or Chelsea not to make it, but they both did. So, which also means that it's going to be harder for us to bring in players. Not like we're all interested in the same players, but it often is the case that we have to fight somebody for our players, and we're just not, we're not as attractive as Liverpool or City at the moment. So it's just long. Do we really care if we're going to compete next season? It will be against who will be against? No, I think it matters. I think it matters. I think if if you want to compete, and I mean, most people, if they were in our situation and we were playing Nottingham Forest or Everton, our rivals wouldn't want us to make it. I think it's just in general, you just don't want people to make it, so yeah, I think it does kind of matter just in terms of, especially like competitive wise, Aston Villa and Nottingham Forest are just not as good as Chelsea or Newcastle will be. So it just makes it even harder for us to win things next season. Like, yeah. Um, Vic says Villa can legitimately sue PGMOL. Is anyone looking forward to seeing Spuds get ripped apart in the Champions League next season? Oh, it's tough. I mean, if I felt like we were going to be really good, then maybe, but I'm really concerned about us. Um, yeah, I think it's going to be tough for us. Yeah, I think people are like, well, Goldbridge is saying can't even celebrate that. It's a disgrace what's happened here. That ref has cost them 100 million. And yeah, from a Villa perspective, they will be like devastated by that because that should have stood, and goals change games. I know people be like, "Oh, well, second, that Manchester United scored 2 goals after that." But if you've scored a goal and you know that you're in the Champions League spots, then yeah, it's just crazy. But I think a lot of Arsenal fans only really care because they felt like we had a chance for Isak and we just never did. I just feel like I just don't get that. I just don't get that. Benny says ref mistakes happened to us and we didn't sue. Pip says don't care because if it was us moaning about it, we'd have to shut up and stop crying about the refs. Remy says just Ange in or out. I think they'll keep him. This summer we're discovering new sports. I mean, we have there's tons of like football related stuff to watch. The women's Euros are this summer and also the Club World Cup. So I'll be fully invested in those things. And obviously we'll talk about transfer stuff, but for the most part, I'm trying to fully like detach from Arsenal because they have been shocking this season. Just shocking. Like they have been so it's just been such a long season. Um, and the fact that there's no hype or excitement for next season either is tough, but maybe when the signings come in, it'll feel different. But my gut is telling me that it's going to be a really hard season next season. Liverpool going again, City will be good. And the teams below us now have Champions League. And the two teams that you really don't want to have the same status as you going into the market are two teams that have more money than you. Both Newcastle and Chelsea have more money than us. So it would have been better if it was Nottingham Forest and Villa. But oh well. AMD says it all depends on who they bring in. Everyone is loading up now. Arsenal Perspective says rate Arsenal out of 10. Jess, I mean, if I have to give the season a 1 out of 10, I would probably give it like a 4 or a 5. Like it's been a terrible season. Like, I don't know how. I get it that the club has given people like a narrative, but for me, the way that I felt watching this season, there was from this style of play, the fact that in half of the games we didn't win. We had like 14 draws or something like that, some insane amount of number of draws. So there wasn't a lot to really celebrate either. Basically, the only parts of the season that I enjoyed was the Champions League quarterfinal round against Real Madrid. That was pretty much it, because that was the only time that we actually really played well, outside of like the odd sporting game or the city game or whatever. But it was the only time that I felt like we really looked like ourselves, just to turn around and be horrible against PSG, especially in that first leg. So, yeah, I don't know. I know the club is spinning it as a decent season and progress because we got to the semifinals this time around, but we went out of both domestic cups really pathetically at home against two sides that are not better than us. Especially the United one will always haunt me. So yeah, I think I think it's been a 4 out of 5 season. I'm glad um that we at least finish in the Champions League spots and we can kind of go again from that perspective. But when you have the summer window that you had the window prior, I think the trust is broken. So I'm afraid that they actually do not. I'm not 100% sure that they'll get everything that we need because they said that they were going to get a striker and a winger last summer and they came out with nothing, So I think that's what scares me so much is the fact that they quite literally have done it to us before where they didn't do what they needed to do, So in the window prior, they bought Havertz. So the trust is broken. Everybody's like, oh, well, we're going to get this, we're going to get that. So why are you upset? We're going to have the striker. So everything will go back to normal. And I'm just like, or we'll be better. No, I don't think so. But, I don't think so. I think that we have to, it's like cautiously optimistic, but like heavy on the cautious, heavy on the cautious. Um, Blessing says, we are so down bad that we celebrated Sterling joining the club. Yeah, I mean, that's a low point. I didn't even celebrate because I remember crashing out pretty badly when the summer window closed, but I remember trying to have hopium. So yeah, there's that. Josh says, we was really disillusioned with the overall direction of the club, but I'm so glad Renee gave me life, Jess. I already expected that we would have this type of season, but to watch it unfold is disgusting. If you were here before the season started and you were there for me crashing out, then you know that I was very negative on how the season would play out. And like Josh, I'm I watching it in real time was really, really bad. Because the reality is, guys, is that if you don't improve your team and your team was already like playing at its maximum, the best that we were with that group was second. If you don't improve upon that, especially in the places that you're supposed to, there's no way you can go into a season just thinking you're just going to magically be better. I just don't, and it's unfortunate that in the season that we were meant to win, which was this season because City fell off, Liverpool did it. And I think if we had improved our squad in any way, shape, or form, gave the squad a new life, something for the players to feel like they're not just going to go into another shit season with shit attack and all this kind of stuff and play good football, we might have won this season. We might have won it this season. There is an alternate universe where we win the league with 2 or 3 top signings last summer. There is an alternate universe, and the club has to hold that, because with 2 or 3 extra signings, you're not running your players into the ground. You don't get hamstrings in every single position. You don't, you start off the season with a fresh feel. And it just felt like a continuation of the season prior. And I'm afraid that without the new signings and quite a few of them, it'll feel like we're just continuing last season. And so we need a style change. We need Arteta to drop the ego, stop thinking that the way that you're playing will work, bin it, and play better football, things that you'll naturally get the fans back on side a little bit more in the stadium if they're not watching the worst football that they've ever watched in their lives. That is some of the football that we've watched under Mikel, besides the Emery stuff, because I know some of you guys are really pedantic about that kind of stuff, but it's some of the worst football that we've seen Arsenal play. And that's not even a stretch because we know Arsene throughout his entire tenure, whether we were winning or not, played good football. So at the very least, if you get the team to at least play a standard of football that they want to watch, they'll get behind you a little bit more, and then comes the wins because the players will be happy. I can't imagine that they're not like about to die playing this football. You don't come to Arsenal Football Club to play anti-football. You don't come to Arsenal Football Club to play statue football and do up corners and throw-ins. You don't come to Arsenal Football Club to shank it off of your opposition's shins so that you can get a corner so that you have a better chance of scoring. You don't, so he needs to go back to what he said when he first got hired, when he said he wanted to play good attacking football. He wanted to score lots of goals. He wanted to have the ball. He wanted to play electric, good football. Go back to that tape and watch him say that and take down the ego and just play better football and get some attackers in. That's it. EL says the only positive from the season is winning the Women's Champions League yesterday. Blessing says Arteta dropping the ego just won't coexist. The Arsenal perspective says, oh, please, Thanos, make the snap. Let me see that alternate universe. Benny says we need players who raise the bar. And we have kind of raised the floor in the last 2. You think about the window where we bought like Jorginho and Trossard, that kind of raised our floor. I think Marino kind of raises your floor a little bit, Calafiori and those types of signings raise your floor, but we haven't really raised our ceiling because we haven't really, I don't think from the 2022-2023 season, I think we've gotten mostly different, but we haven't gotten way better. There have been times where we looked way better, like at the back end of last season, but the beginning of last season and the entirety of this season has been significantly worse than the 2022-2023 season. There was about a February, March, April, a 5-month period where we looked much like better than we did in the 2022-2023 season. So since then, there's only been a small amount of time where I think we felt like we've improved. But I feel like for the most part, outside of maybe defensively being better, because you can definitely say that defensively we have been better, that we feel different. We're less good in attack, but we're better in defense. We're better at corners, but it's like a trade-off. Instead of just being the entire thing being better, it's like parts of it is better, but parts of it is worse. And so there needs to be like a market improvement in how we are next season, I think. I think it needs to be like very obvious that we're much better. Benny says Rodrigo raises the ceiling. That's what we need next season. Josh says the players needed a lift after last season clearly broke them. I'll never forget Henri saying that he was worried after last season because teams that challenged City burned their wings. Liverpool 22-23. I agree with you. Because I've been saying this and people just don't think about this part. They just think about themselves and they don't think about anything else. The players need to win a trophy in any capacity so that they know what it feels like to win. They also need new players in to not only just replenish them, but to give them excitement. They're kind of just like us in a way where I think if they see the club bringing in big players, they feel renewed. If we had brought in a striker and a winger after we, didn't win the league last season, I don't think the mood would have been so negative going into this season. I don't think the players would have been as negative looking, and I don't think the fans would have been as negative looking. So the players need to feel like, one, the club is serious, and that also there's three things. They need to see new players to feel like the club is serious. They need to see new players to feel like they have competition for their places, and they need new players to come in to protect them from getting burnt out. Those are the three things that they need. They need players for multiple different reasons. And it'll like a player like Declan Rice, I feel like will benefit a lot from fresh new players come in. Somebody like Saliba, who we've seen drop off just a little bit, I think will feel a renewed, like kind of like, okay, we're going again. The team is serious, and maybe even players like, Odegaard or Martinelli, players that, there's a huge divide in the fan base. Maybe they need new players to come in their positions that could potentially take those positions to get them to lift their levels again. The attack has never had to lift their levels because there's no one coming in, whereas the defense has always needed to be on their P's and Q's because there's a Calafiori coming in, there's a Kivior coming in, there's a Tomiyasu in there that could take your position. There's always somebody there because our defense seems to always get better. Ramsdale got just ousted straight out, because we got a better goalkeeper, but the attack just stays the same. And I'm wondering why the club has felt so arrogant, because to me it's arrogance to feel like they never needed to improve the attack. What is that about? Pip says, I think we will leave ourselves short again this summer window. Thank God no more Raheem Shillings. What the fuck? Is that supposed to be Raheem Sterling? The Arthur Perspective says the serious question debate is, will Arteta learned enough to rectify the errors of the last 3 seasons, this one included? I think we will have many conversations the next couple of weeks about lack of rotation. I think we'll have a lot of conversations about the system and whether the system is holding the players back. I think we'll have a lot of conversations about his culpability in the transfer dealings and how much of that is on him, because he pretty much threw all of he basically, how I felt like he came across this season was, I kept you guys in second, even though we had all these injuries. And it was the board's fault that we didn't get the players that we needed. That's how I got it. He didn't have anything to do with it. The board and, the owners left him with a short squad, and they were lucky that he was able to keep us in second. That's how I felt it came across. But when it came to the way that we played, the way that he used the resources that he had, because he still had players in the dark. He had quite a few players that he had on ice that he needed to use, and he just didn't. Like even somebody like Zinchenko, I felt like was underutilized. I know that a lot of people don't rate Zinchenko, but there were games that you could have taken 20 minutes off of Miles Lewis-Skelly's legs. You could have taken, 20 minutes off of Odegaard's legs and let him just play in that position if you didn't, fully trust Winieri, but you chose to do the Trossard. You chose to do Trossard. You chose to do Marino. You chose to do these other players. So you made decisions. It wasn't like you just, he took no accountability, in my opinion, for the season. But I don't think next season he's going to be able to get away with it. Redemption says it doesn't matter what he's worth. It shows the club is serious about winning something. Arsenal should learn. The Arsenal perspective says Arteta this season equals ego and arrogance. That's my abiding feeling about him and how he's presented this season. I really did get the sense of it's on them, and I was the one who kept the ship alive, so I kept us in second. And I feel like a lot of people do feel that way as well. Like people that are like devout Mikel people, I do genuinely feel like they think that the board let him down. He begged for signings. They didn't get into him, and he kept us in second. Fair enough. Anton Dunn says, instead of thinking about the things you're talking about, Arteta is asking ChatGPT how to improve inverting his fullbacks. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. But if he goes into this summer looking at the data and saying, well, we just need to get more corners, we just need to figure out a way to be better on corners and throw-ins, and we need to figure out a way to really make us more like solid and stuff. And he's spoken about, I know he's talked about goals, and he also talked about creativity, but the way that we get goals and we get creativity as well is very much so linked to his system. And so he will get new players. How many, I don't know. But if we still have some of the same problems and we got a new striker and we got Zubamendi and stuff, then it's not going to look good for him. I think he's running out of these seasons where he can blame everybody else, So yeah. Blessing says, imagine drawing 14 games and not thinking about improving the attack. He might be crazy then. What Mikel fans don't seem to understand is that we are questioning him because he is making the same mistakes now that he did 3 or 4 years ago. Clearly, he isn't learning, and we are tired of it. Channel 1 says, if Martinelli is starting next season, I'm not watching next season. Only highlights, not giving this club any more of my time. Somebody asked me if I hate Martinelli earlier, or if I have an agenda against him. I don't. I just have never really rated him as much as some other people have. He's just not not my type of player. Some of us have a very clear vision of what we want a winger to be, and I think he just doesn't fit my eye test. I find him incredibly frustrating, and I found him frustrating for a while now. Not just this season, but the season prior. I do not think some people remember that it's not just this season. It was last season as well, where Trossard actually had to start games because Martinelli was so poor. And so when people talk shit about Trossard, I'm like, the reason why you see so much of Trossard is because Martinelli's not playing well. If Martinelli was playing like he did most of the time, then Trossard wouldn't get so many games. But I think Arteta felt backed into a corner because Martinelli was so out of form that he played Trossard, so I think neither of them really fit my ideal scenario of what a winger would be. I actually like wingers more like a Nico Williams style winger. I'm like, yes, somebody that can beat their man 1v1. Martinelli is not a great 1v1 attacker. If he can't burst by them, it's really hard for him to get past his man. I like somebody with the trickery, somebody that hits through the ball, not afraid to shoot, and has an action after the action. And I feel like Martinelli is very much so an one action player, meaning when he gets the ball, he either needs to be able to shoot or kick it past his defender and run and then cross it. But if you wanted to do like a pass and move with him, or like a situation where like Gabriel Jesus had in the Champions League, where he took it from the sideline basically and dribbled into the box and then hit in the top corner, he doesn't have that in his bag. And so I feel like that's more my problem with Martinelli, is that one, he doesn't fit my personal eye test, which is not really against him. We all have preferences. It is what it is. But equally, he's very frustrating. And I don't think somebody with such a limited skill set should be a starter at Arsenal. That's my problem with him. That's it. Gunnar says, I think renewing Partey is incredibly stupid from a sporting and moral perspective, and I don't have much hope for next season. Those of you guys who have been here Know how I feel about the Partey thing. I really don't want to go into it. I'll be very disappointed in the club if they renew. Burmese says, Jess, can you and DG do a show on potential signings? I will reach out and see what we can get together. Mata says Martinelli is in Nketiah level. I don't think he's quite in Nketiah level. I just feel like it's more of a stylistic thing. I think if he was playing in a league where there was a lot more space and he played in a team that has a lot more space, he'd do a lot better, where he could just be more direct and play a little bit more central. But Arteta has his wingers locked in that space in between the penalty box and the sideline. And there's not a lot of space there. And he does not operate well without space and so far away from goal. And so if that ends up being our reality for next season, then he can't be the starting left wing. The Arsenal perspective says, I understand why so many are choosing not to tune into Arsenal next season, as well as not engaging in buying merch until significant change takes place with the squad. I think people are like, I am not buying anything until I see how the summer window pans out. I think I can stomach a season where maybe we don't win the Premier League if I knew we did everything that we could. I'm always the type of person that feels like even if we went out there and spent the 300 million. If for some reason we ended up not winning and we pushed City or Liverpool to the very last day and they beat us by a point, I could stomach that. I think what frustrates me is that we never do everything we possibly can and push. Like, even if we bought things in the summer, we also go into the January window and push and buy another special player. Like, we never do those things. So it always feels like a failure to prepare rather than a scenario where we were at our very best and they were at their very best and they just beat us by one singular point. That's why I say, like, Liverpool in that period of time where they were going up against the best City team and they only won one Premier League, probably don't have much to feel bad about from a preparation standpoint, because they had Van Dijk, they had Allison, they had the two, dynamic scorers, they had a great midfield, they had all the things, so, and the world-class managers. So they just got beat by a better side. I don't think we could ever really say that we had the best possible version of us that we could possibly have from a preparation standpoint off the pitch, and then the manager doing everything he can to make those players better on the pitch. I always leave angry feeling like we just didn't do enough, and I think that's what frustrates me. Hellman says I can't. Okay. Karubal says Nico Williams is getting outshined by Anthony in La Liga. I can't wait for him to be a new scapegoat. Blessing says if you don't renew Partey, then we need two central midfielders. I want two new central midfielders. I feel like the main reason why they probably are re-signing him is because they don't want to spend on another midfielder. And I get that, but why do we have such a minimal budget? We should have the biggest budget available outside of City. We should. Because you didn't spend last summer. You made money on Nketiah, you made money on ESR, so you had two decent sales and Ramsdale. So you had brought in a shit ton of money, not a shit ton, but you bought in quite a bit, and you only bought a 37 million pound defender and a like 30 million pound, 34 million pound midfielder. So the fact that we don't have this huge war chest is annoying. We should not be in a situation where we need to re-sign Partey in order to have money to do other things, because we will still miss out on the things that we need to get. I just feel like we shouldn't be in that situation. We should be able to get two new central midfielders. We should get Zubimendi and we should get a number 10 or an attacking 8. That is what Arsenal need to move forward. We can definitely go without Partey next season. We know why? Because we'd have Zubimendi and we'd also have Declan Rice, who can play in the 6, and you also have MLS that can play in the 6 role as well, who I would love to see in midfield. So re-signing Partey is a way to cut corners. And so our midfield will basically look exactly the same outside of Zubimendi, which doesn't really push us forward in that respect. But I guarantee we'll still miss out on something else, because the money that they're saving for Partey is the money that they're probably going to use on a goalkeeper and a defender. So I don't want to hear it. Let's see. IEC says as long as the Cronkies are the owners, we won't spend, nor are we winning anything. We'll always be short. Fabio Vieira. I love Fabio Vieira. I think he's a quality player. Arteta doesn't know how to use him though. He doesn't platform his number 10s to have a free role, which is why him and Emil suffered. So Josh says we need 2 CMs regardless. Mata says, could we get Kudus and would you take him now? Kudus is an interesting one because I really wanted him in the 2022-2023 season when he came from Ajax. I thought that was the perfect time to add from a place of positivity. Yeah, I think that would have been a really good time to add from a place of strength. And we didn't do that. We didn't get any attackers. We got Kai Havertz. So, yeah, I wanted him back then. He would have been a lot cheaper. Now he's been at West Ham. Do I think that what he's done at West Ham is who he is? No. I think a lot of times we look at players and if they're not performing, but they're in a poor team, we don't ever consider, well, especially as players you don't want. But he's not performing where he is. Yeah, but West Ham are shit. West Ham are horrendous this season. I can't tell you a single player that played well for them outside of Wan-Bissaka. So does that mean that all of their players are bad, or does that mean that, they lost Moyes and then they brought in Potter and nothing really worked out for them? Is Kudus just a dead player? I don't know. But, moving forward, I don't even know if he'd be the right signing because he plays Saka's position. And if we have to buy somebody to play in Saka's position that also plays in that position, I prefer us to pay 50 million for Mbomo than 60, 70 million for Kudus, because they both play that same position. He can play left center mid, but even in the way that we play left center, or our left center mid is, Kudus and Xhaka couldn't be any different. And I'm not sure that bringing in somebody that prioritizes carrying the ball is necessarily going to help us in that position. So I don't know if he's the right player, even though I think that he should be in a better side, so that's kind of how I feel about Kudus right now. Let's see. Radiant says Kudus will break even at 40 million. Berta had been on gardening leave since January before he started with his new role with us. I sincerely hope that this has been time well spent and will reflect in a robust transfer window. I think the only type of window that would make me feel excited about our summer window is if we got a striker and a winger and an attacking midfielder, and like those three. If we got the goalkeeper and the defender after that, I kind of don't care about those things, to be honest. We've done enough in our defense. I think it's overkill at this stage. Always needing it. But if we got those three things, I think we'd be serious. Anything outside of that is just kind of doing the bare minimum or not enough at all. AMD says, or how about we get injections of funds? MF has 20 billion he can spare a couple $100 million. But yeah, it's not the best. Hellman says, hey, Jess, is Rodrigo. Jess is Rodrigo. I don't know if he's coming. Benny says, I don't rate him either. Arsenal Perspective says, Kudus is not for me. I like my fellow Ghanaian, but he's not putting in the numbers that are needed for us. I hear that. Radiant and Dyer says, is it true Trossard's new deal is just increasing wages, not an extension? If so, how does that make sense? I mean, they are basically, like, I guess, just giving him the money that they feel like reflects his space in the squad, or, reflects his importance to the team. The lack of, I don't know, like movement in the team annoys me a lot, but because I like Trossard and I feel like his time here has been positive, but he's just not somebody that I feel like we need to double down on now. Or Partey. I think both of them should go, Partey on a free, release those wages. Those are very expensive wages. And then move Trossard on for a decent fee to Saudi. I don't know why we seem to be so like white knuckling the same squad dynamics. Because Arteta also seems obsessed with the squad dynamics staying the same, except for when he had the perfect dynamic in midfield, he decided to destroy that. But all the other dynamics that don't quite work out, he wants to keep those, like having two DMs, one in Jorginho's make and one in Partey's make, and you bought Kai Havertz, and instead of saying, okay, I made a mistake, let me go out and get a real left center mid, he decides to double down and buy Marino, who's a very similar profile. So he likes to kind of double down on bad dynamics and then tear apart the ones that work. And yeah, Trossard and Partey are just holding on to dynamics that don't quite work. And I'm not quite sure why we're doing it. Ajax fans warned us all about Kudus before he went to West Ham. He's not the guy. AMD says, we give you more money for almost winning. Wouldn't you sell Martinelli? I wouldn't mind if either one of them left, to be honest. I'm not hell-bent on keeping either. But, I guess the best case scenario would be if Arsenal could go out there and get a Rodrigo or get whoever you want at left wing and also keep both Martinelli and Trossard and, build a bigger squad. But Arsenal are a one in, one out type of club. And so how do you keep Martinelli and keep Trossard and also bring somebody in? I personally feel like that's why maybe Ornstein is very like timid around the left wing conversation, because I think he's also said that maybe somebody will have to go in order for a left wing to come in. I actually think Charles Watt said that as well. And I'm like, so if they're re-signing Trossard or giving him more money and he'll stay, because you don't want to sell somebody if you're giving them more money. You don't. You want to keep them. So if you're keeping Trossard and you're keeping Martinelli, then what are we doing? Are we actually going to bring in a left wing? Are you guys looking at the options? And because, Nico Williams is not bending on the wages, now Arteta can't get his number one option. So he's kind of reneging on wanting to get somebody. What's happening here? I'd say sell Martinelli. We are getting linked to Garnacho. I don't think we're really linked to Garnacho. I think the person's putting out there that we wanted to see what his situation was, but Chelsea and Napoli really want him. We're not getting Garnacho. But we've also been linked to every left wing under the planet. We've been linked to Lookman. We've been linked to Matoma. We've been linked to Rafael Leao. We've been linked to Nico Williams. We've been linked to Rodrigo. We've been linked to Semenyo. We've been linked to everybody. So we're, of course, going to get linked to Garnacho. But we will not end up with Garnacho. Like, he's not coming to Arsenal. Who we will get, or if we get somebody, I don't know. So yeah. Benny says, I think Bruno G is the only one I rate. I think we need to look above these types of players that we can win the Champions League with. Mata says, but Arteta has really strange taste sometimes. This is true. And I see Raya links to Madrid and Atletico. I think the funny thing about this is that if he would be good enough to replace Oblak or Courtois, why do Arsenal fans think that he's not good enough for Arsenal? I really think that getting linked to Juan Garcia has made people lose their ever-loving, and also being some sort of Ramsdale lover also makes you not very smart. I get that Ramsdale was a good, lovable character, but Ramsdale is not better than Raya. Raya won the Golden Glove. Like, he saved us so many times. He saved 3 penalties this season, but none of it is good enough because he's 3 inches too short. He's not who you wanted. He's not Ramsdale. He's not English. Blah blah blah. So, Raya probably will be linked to other clubs because they're looking for good goalkeepers, and he's one of the best in the world. So yeah, good teams like Atletico and Real Madrid will probably look at him, but we won't sell, especially because we're not getting Juan Garcia. So even if you wanted to, there's no replacement that will make it make sense. So he's not going anywhere, but he will be linked to big teams because he's a good fucking goalkeeper. We aren't winning the CL league with Matters or Tielemans. What What are we talking about? Radiant says, if Arsenal get Garnacho, I will laugh, but I hope he goes to Napoli, not my Chelsea. I wouldn't be surprised if he ended up at Chelsea or Napoli. He's not coming to us. We're linked to everyone, literally everyone. My guess is that we'll end up with, I don't, for the left wing. I think it all depends on what happens with they re-sign Trossard and then maybe they're waiting to see if they get a bid for Martinelli. But the idea that they're going to keep Trossard and Martinelli and buy somebody, I will see it. I will need to see it to believe it. Let's see. People are saying that Aston Villa, I do think might be in trouble though. Just a little bit because they have PSR issues. And so without that 100 million injection of money, they probably will have to sell a couple of players, maybe one or two. I don't know. So we'll see what happens. I'm sure he is emotional. Come on. He's been there his whole life and they're treating him like shit. AMD says, how do you feel about the Matoma link? Why isn't Boy here? This is like one of the first streams that he's missed in like years now. And this should be like his best day ever because he's been saying sign Matoma, sign Matoma, sign Matoma. Now, Bayern are actually linked to Matoma, but that Bloody Bird guy threw us in there. And it's probably because Berta has reached out to his representatives to see what happened, So, yeah, I think, Matoma would be an interesting player. I wouldn't mind having him. I just don't believe we're going to give, because also Brighton will be happy to sell Bayern Matoma for cheap. If we come in, they're going to want more than what they would sell him to Bayern for. So I think that's what makes it difficult to see, Tielemans. What happened to the Mbomo links? They just disappeared. Mata says, I don't want to deal with Brighton. He'd be a great backup, to be honest. Well, if he's not good enough to start over Martinelli, then he's not good enough. I just don't think if we start next season and Martinelli and Havertz are starting, we failed. Vic says, I don't want to hear Winieri over Odegaard chat next season. Odegaard been trashed this season, but he's still not ready. He's not Lamine Yamal. Give the kid some time. Let him develop. I have nothing to say on that. You guys know how I feel, about Odegaard and the Winieri stuff. I thought it was disingenuous. Everybody, like, you've seen Winieri play in midfield quite a few times, and although I do feel like he should have played while Odegaard was injured, I don't feel like he should have played over Odegaard in those latter stages in midfield. Kimberly said, what happened to those El Canoes links as well? They're just gone. There's nothing. But the season is over now, and I feel like we might have one player that we've been linked to that actually is going to play in the Club World Cup. So I'm really not trying to hear about we need to wait for this, we need to wait for that. There's no reason to wait. Just go ahead and sign someone. Why is Zubamendi not announced, by the way? Like, it's surely we've gotten that done, so let's see. Premier League transfer window. Yeah, this is just ridiculous. So it initially opens from June 1st to June 10th. Then it'll close for 6 days before reopening on June 16th and close on September 1st. The closing is what, for the Club World Cup or some shit like that? It's just nonsense. It shouldn't even close. This sounds so dumb, but yeah, June 1. So what? 5 days, 6 days, 1, 2, 3. Today is over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They got like 6 days until the window opens. So they really don't have an excuse not to get shit done. Just keep the shit open. Redemption says Arsenal move like a snail in the market, not a serious club. El Canoes, El Canoes, El Canoes. I would love El Canoes at this club. I think it'd be really cool to have a Premier League proven attacking mid in there. And when you watch El Canuses, like when you watch his comps, one of the things that stand out to me is the fact that he doesn't shirk his defensive duties. And I know that, you know, nobody wants to hear about it, but Arteta's not going to buy any attacking mid that doesn't defend. And so I'm like, there's really no excuse. He's responsible off the ball. He's going to cost 22 million. He's super cheap. He's Premier League proven. He's young, so if it doesn't work out, you can sell. It's the most easy thing for Arsenal to get done if they want to bring in an attacking mid and not have to spend a lot. But because that's, I think, the reason why Arteta and Arsenal would never look at Shirky. Not only does he have like maybe a not so great reputation attitude wise, which totally takes him out of the running to begin with, he's just not a player that's going to do the off the ball stuff, so yeah. Um let's see. I don't know about the Morgan Gibbs White stuff. I don't know, but I thought City had that pretty much good. uh, you know, I think he had that pretty much they have that pretty much wrapped up, don't they? Um because they are not going to get Wirtz now, so they'll go full throttle for Tijani Reinders and Morgan Gibbs White. So I don't think we'll get into that conversation. Um, Arteta, on when his mind turns to next season, he said, "Now, immediately, 100%. Tomorrow, we have certain things we are discussing and make decision. When I start to think about next season, I feel goosebumps and excited." He gets excited. I'm not excited about shit. Um, Stat for Opta says Arsenal have finished the league campaign without any player scoring 10 or more goals. That's the first time that this has happened since 1923-24. That's crazy. Pep Guardiola, qualification for the Champions League is like winning a title. That's a fact. Well, when fucking Arson said it, you guys wanted his head on a spike. So what is it? Um, yeah. Yeah, it's just a dark season. To be honest, nothing is going right. Arsenal Perspective says goosebumps. Nah, that's embarrassing. Kimberly says actually glad Newcastle got Champions League next season. Need the Isak Hopium to stop. He was never coming. It's gonna be nice for the talking heads to just shut up about Isak. Because it was never gonna happen. We don't need to keep talking about it. And I get that in comparison to buying the best striker in the league, buying Sesko or Gyökeres is probably not that big of a deal to you, or it's not as exciting. But genuinely, if one of those players comes in, we need to like back that player. I know that some people don't believe in backing the player, but it's not like getting Havertz. Havertz and backing Havertz. If you could do that, then you can back Sesko or Gyökeres. Come on, you know. Um, is they're going to be our only route to not seeing Havertz starting up front. So we need one of those two players to do well. Radiant and Dyer says if there's no announcement in the next 2 weeks, it's looking dire for Arsenal this window. The Arsenal Perspective says UCL qualification is a trophy now. Pep, what is actually going on right now? People are really dishonest. I think qualifying for Champions League is a big deal because there's a massive difference between being in Champions League and not. We know it because when we were out of it for 7 years, it was horrendous. So when you've had a season where you're not really at your best and you qualify for Champions League, that is a big deal. It's so separate from whatever you did in the season that made it that you didn't challenge or you weren't as good as you wanted to be. But whether you're a team that was grasping for it or whether you're a team that was holding on for dear life after a poor season, qualifying for Champions League is so important. And Arsenal, it needs to be a formality almost now. For most seasons, people will say Liverpool and City are going to make it. They don't have a problem. But this will probably be the first season in two where people will start to predict us outside of the top four. I know they will, because we're still not at their level, unfortunately. So, yeah. Keenan says, should we be going for a backup striker in Vlahovic or Jonathan David and use the Sesko Jokeris money for a left wing? No. A backup striker to who? We don't have a striker. Why would we buy a backup striker when we don't have a striker for them to back up? No. Nah. No. Vlahovic or Jonathan David, and then they're gonna back up who? Havertz? Guys, I'm gonna put my flag in the sand right now. If you think in any way, shape, or form that Havertz should start next season or it's okay, then you're the problem. I'm sorry, but this whole idea that he's okay, or he's going to be fine up there for us and all of that, he's just not. Even though it's like, oh well, he scored on the majority of our goals, or he scored the most goals this season, that means he's been good. That just means everybody else has been shit. Like, he scored 9 goals and was out for what, 2 months, 3 months? So how does that mean that he's been good? I'm so sorry, but like, I don't know what he's done to this fan base, and I think it's more to do with Arteta than anything else. But there is a big section of this fan base that thinks if he could start next season and it will be okay as long as we get a left wing. I'm not in that category. I'm not in that category. But if you're in it, Lionide says, window not open yet. What's people yapping about moving slow? Redemption says, Jokeris less than Havertz. The guy's insane. The Arsenal perspective says, no, sorry, please. The whole fan base, hear me now. We need a bagsman. We need a player that scores 30 plus goals in all competitions next season. Do not settle for remotely less than that. Do not. And I will say this for a fact, that every team that does well has at least one player that's going to score like 30 goals a season or in all comps, or 20 goals a season in their league. You'll be hard pressed to find somebody that doesn't have that. If they, like, you'll be hard pressed to find that. And I'm going to be really, really honest right now. And this is, I know people are going to take this out of context and say that I'm saying something that I'm not, but I don't think Saka can be your best attacker from a GA perspective. I think he needs somebody that's going to do the Lewandowski job for him, so he can be more of like the Rafinha, or, not really like that, but like, I just think he is somebody that's not a natural goal scorer. So he needs somebody that is a natural goal scorer to make it easier on him. If Saka is your best attacker from a goal scoring perspective, then you're not scoring enough goals, because he's never going to be Salah. And Salah is a natural goal scorer. Salah is somebody that's going to get 40 something goal involvements a season. I don't know if I believe Saka is going to get that, but that doesn't mean that he's not one of our best players, our best player, whatever. But I think forcing him into this false Salah role and thinking that it's okay to have players that are much, much worse than him is really hurting us. I think Arsenal need to support him with players that are natural goal scorers. He will still get a lot of goals and assists. He will probably get more. But if he's your only goal scorer or your only reliable attacker, you're in trouble. You are in trouble. So like, a Lewandowski's got 25 goals in La Liga this season. We know Salah has 40 something goal involvements. Like, you need another player to do that. They have, like, Lamine Yamal didn't score a lot of goals, but he had Rafinha and Lewandowski doing all that shit for him. I really do think that, like, we need a number 9 or another winger that is going to score a shit ton of goals. And it's not going to be the winger, because all the wingers that we're linked with, whether it's Leao, Rodrigo, Nico Williams, they're not goal scorers per se. They're not going to get you 20 something goals. So you need to go, the striker has to be the guy. And so that means Havertz needs to sit the bench. Like, it's only so much room left, you know? Eddie says, who would you replace first in the front three, Martinelli or Havertz? Then who do you think Arteta would replace? I mean, he's definitely going to replace Martinelli first, but I think, yeah, I don't know. Excuse me. And Charlie says we need a striker or a goal scoring 10. And I agree. I think if you have the type of midfield that's like the old Pep template of Fernandinho, who's kind of just like I don't want to minimize him to a destroyer, but he's not Rodri, right? They're different. If you have a Fernandinho and you have a David Silva, then you need a Kevin De Bruyne, right? And so we don't have that dynamic. You could have Odegaard, Rice, and a Wirtz or something like that, and that would work out, and that would limit the amount of goals that you like kind of have to have from your attackers per se, because you have like a goal scoring number 10 kind of person, but we don't have that. We don't have that. We are going to have a low scoring midfield next season. Rice, Zubamendi, Partey, Odegaard, Marino, Havertz, whatever combination that you have in there is going to be low scoring. It's going to be low scoring. So the attackers, you're going to have to replace those other two positions with players that you feel like are going to get a lot of goals, or at least be able to serve the striker to get them to a lot of goals. So yeah, those two need to be replaced. Barry Burns says, get Mbomo and move Saka inside as an 8-10 and can still use Saka as right wing for some games. I would love to get Mbomo. I think adding Mbomo and moving on one of Martinelli or Trossard puts you in a situation where, like, if you say, like, okay, we're going to buy a striker and then we're going to get a left wing and we're going to get a right wing, a lot of people feel like that doesn't make sense, but it does if you move on one of our left wings. Because you don't want to have 3 left wingers and only Saka. It would balance things out, and you'd have Mbomo and Saka, and then you have new left wing and whoever you didn't sell. That to me is a much better balance than this idea that we're going to buy Nico Williams or we're going to buy Rodrigo and then have both Trossard and Martinelli, but nobody who can play on the right. I would love to bring in Mbomo. I would love it. And I get Wanyeri, and he's good, but you could still see that he needs some time. Blaze says the obsession Arsenal fans with Isak need to stop. He is not leaving Newcastle this summer. They got UCL. Some Arsenal fans need to accept the reality. They can't, because they have this weird entitlement to Isak because people saying he reminds them of Henry. So it's like, okay, well, if he's a baby Henry, then that means that he belongs to us. And I don't think that means that we should feel entitled to him. And I think a lot of Arsenal fans do, and it's strange. And if I was a Newcastle fan, I would hate it, because I would be like, why do you guys feel so entitled to having our player? It was like how we felt when Real Madrid started talking about Saliba. It was like, why do they just think they have Saliba just because people think that he's going to be a Real Madrid player at some time? Why do they feel like they can just have him, right? I'm sure Newcastle fans feel the exact same way about Arsenal fans constantly speaking about a player that doesn't belong to them. And he just doesn't. And it's odd. It's just odd. Benny says, no way Mbomo starts over Saka. I never said that he does. Radiant says, Chelsea's youngest team to make top 4 in 25 years, respect to Maresca. Yep, a very young and expensive squad. Redemption says, he's not close to Henry, by the way, to anyone that's watched both. I agree. Fernando Torres in his time reminded me of Henry. We never signed him. Get off the Isak hope train. Everyone, let's move on. Why are we not trying to speak Gyökeres into existence? There's a big section of the Arsenal fan base that do not want Gyökeres. A large group that do not want Gyökeres. So whoever we sign, whether it's Gyökeres or Sesko, will have a large contingent of the fan base that did not want them there. And we don't have really the ability to have questions about a player and support them at the same time. So it's going to get nasty. That first chance that they miss is just going to get dark. Kimberly says this fantastic is fan base, I think you mean, is allergic to depth. Oh my days, and Bomo gives us something else, rest. Yeah, I mean, I don't see why you'd ever be like, "Oh, but Saka plays there, so don't get Mbomo." I feel like the only reason why I wouldn't want Mbomo is in instead of a left wing. Mbomo would only make sense if he comes with the striker and the left wing, and that would be too good of a window. So I'm trying not to dream of it. Uh, Charlie says our wingers are good enough to me. Fair enough. The Arsenal perspective says 100 GA over 2 years is below us. What are we doing here? Keenan says, do we really think Jokeris will hit 20 goals? My friend in Portugal that goes to games say he is mid. You know what? There was people this season saying that Lamine Yamal wasn't all that because he didn't have enough goals. So we all have opinions. You know, your friend can have an opinion, but I don't really care. You know, I think the Jokeris thing is, do you really think that somebody that scored 40 goals a season is not going to be able to score 20 in England? Like, I don't, and he also played in the championship and scored 20 goals in the championship. So it's not like this is somebody that's never touched English soil, you know, and the championship is a really good place to recruit from when it comes to the Prem because it usually does translate pretty well. Um, so I think people are kidding themselves when they think he's going to score 10 goals. Sorry. I think there is 10, like, oh, he's probably just going to score like 10 goals. Like, I don't think so. Like 21 goals and 12 assists for Coventry in the championship when he was 24 years old, 23, 24 years old, 24, I think. That's really good. If that person was coming up from the championship, you know, I think a lot of teams would want him. Arsenal, maybe not so much, but then he applied his trade abroad and then he was able to score more goals and also he does it in Champions League. You know, so I think the idea that he's not going to score at all or score 10 goals or, you know, whatever is a little disingenuous. You know, is he going to score the same amount? No, he won't score the same amount, but like, what are we thinking is going to happen? You know, um, Paperboy says Keenan wants Arsenal Arteta to get a lifetime contract. All the duds actually come from Benfica, by the way. I think that that's significant. I think the idea that it's the Portuguese league does not translate to the Prem is very disingenuous when Bruno Fernandes plays in this league. There's a lot of sporting players that play in this league, you know, so it's not that sporting, it's Benfica players do not translate to the Premier League, mostly Nunez and João Felix in particular. But the idea that it's the entire Portuguese league doesn't make sense to me because that's not true. You know, so I get it. You know, people really want, you know, they don't want Jokeris. And I don't even know. I think that's just a convenient excuse, but he's in Portugal. I just don't think they like him because he's just not a vibe. You know, he's not aesthetic. You know, he doesn't look like a typical Arsenal striker, you know, and he just reminds me of like a Jamie Vardy, Luis Suarez type. He's going to run you over. He's going to run 24/7. He's going to dribble past you. He's going to kick it in the back of the net, and that's all he's going to do. But Arsenal fans are very concerned about aesthetics. And what's strange is you can't be concerned about aesthetics or think that Jokeris is not a typical Arsenal striker and also rate Havertz at the same time. So, what do you want? What do you want? You know, what do you want outside of goals? Because it's not about the goals. Analyzing all of his movement and goal scoring patterns, I just get the sense that he will struggle to get his shots off. Also, we don't create chances in transition. What other player do you know of that plays against 18 deep blocks this season? So it will naturally translate to how we play. I'll wait because nobody plays against deep like defenses like we do. Nobody plays against deep blocks like we do. Newcastle doesn't, Aston Villa doesn't, nobody does. Only we do. Us, City, and maybe Chelsea play against deep blocks like the amount that we do. Almost every player that we're linked to, and Sesko and Isak and Jokeris, all do a lot of transition goals. They have a lot of big spaces to run into. There's no way that you can look at anybody that we're linked to and say 100% it's going to translate because nobody has to play against deep blocks like we do, except for, like I said, Chelsea, and City. So I just feel like it's overanalyzing it. It's just ridiculous to me. Blaze says some Arsenal fans overanalyze so much. This is why they don't like Gyökeres. Arsenal Perspective says don't be disrespecting or sleeping on Gyökeres and UCL. Ask City how we did. I think Gyökeres is somebody that will need adaptation, but will bang. Like, I really don't think that, he's somebody that won't be able to score 20 goals, which is what we need, you know? But people think that Marino and Havertz are scoring goals, but a natural goal scorer will not. And I'm like, so explain that. If two natural goal scorers, Havertz is one of the worst strikers from a statistical standpoint in terms of conversion rate. He's top 3 with Nico Jackson, and he is our top goal scorer right now with 9 goals. So if he can score goals in our system that doesn't create a shit ton of chances, why won't Gyökeres score? I'm still trying to understand. You guys don't think Gyökeres can kick the ball in the back of the net with those chances that Havertz had against Manchester United? You genuinely don't think that he'll score a single one of those goals? Like, I'm really trying to understand why people are trying to act like he's not going to score any goals in the Prem. Oh, they're showing Emery's sad face. Well, Big says Gyökeres is good, but he doesn't suit our play style. He's a transition threat. We are not a transition type of team. Unless Arteta plans to change his tactics, we might not utilize Gyökeres properly. Well, I'm gonna be really honest with you. There's nothing we need more than a shakeup in the way that we play. You know, so and I want to make sure that people also understand that if you don't want Gyökeres, then you definitely should want Martinelli changed, because Martinelli is a transition threat and is only really good on transition. He's not really good in possession. So people that don't want Gyökeres also should want a new left wing, because Boss J says Gyökeres is exactly what we need. A goal scorer. Havertz is 65 million, no comparison. I think the playing style needs to change. Personally, I think we need players that are willing to dribble. I think we need players that are willing to run into space. I think there are times where the line is not that deep. It's a mid block, not a low block. And we could, if we were accurate and would actually release the ball, could play it in behind, but we just don't. And if you do that, then that opens up more space because they get scared. I really do think that we need to change our style, but I don't know of many players that are going to plug and play perfectly into the style that we play, because it's almost impossible for the players that we got now to play in it. But I think, like Lionite says, we need movement up front. Not denying we need a change. I'm just saying if Arteta doesn't change, then getting Gyökeres is useless. That's fair enough. Chris says Gyökeres has scored over 60 goals this season. If Mikel can't get a good return from a player like that, then Mikel is the problem, not the player. Keenan says Arteta isn't going to change our style. Well, I don't know who's going to do well in this style. I actually think that maybe Sesko would be a better option if he just, sticks with it exactly the way that it is. Fair, but a lot of people don't want Sesko either. So who are we going to get? Who are we going to get then? Hold on real quick. But yeah, who are we going to get then? I'm trying to know. I'm trying to understand. I'm just looking at Twitter, make sure I'm not missing anything. People think I'm joking about the person that said that they wanted Arsenal women to lose. And I'm not, because I retweeted it. So yeah, it's there unless he deleted it, which if you feel that way, stand on business, don't run. But somebody not wanting the women to win because they knew that it would look bad on Mikel, or at least, people would start talking shit about him, then that's crazy. That's crazy to me. And then I said, because remember we were talking about the we were talking about the system. Is it the system or is it the players? Yeah, the system or the players. Some people are saying 70% the system, 30% the players. So people definitely have a difference of opinion on that, which I totally respect, because, It's hard to know unless we get the better players. If we get the better players, then we'll know, because if the better players also are not good enough or they don't play well, then we'll know that it's the system. So like somebody said that 91 goals scored in the 2023-2024 season, 89 points, again, at most in our history. System is the reason we are second despite our players missing massive parts of the season. Get better quality and see Saka flourish when they can't double up on him anymore, which so people are saying that the system is why we're good, not why we're poor. I think the main reason is there's injuries in our attackers. 70% quality, 30% the system. PS, the main reason none of our players are on double digits is due to injury. So, yeah, people definitely have a difference of opinion on that. So, Blue Sky says, I like Gyökeres more than Sesko, but I think we should also be in for Julian Alvarez. Charlie says 100% over the moon with the women's team winning. We may need a Dutch coach for the men's team. Yeah. Keena says should have got Marmouche, would have been perfect. Yeah, I think the unicorn that Arsenal want is the type of striker that is creative and can also like they can drop in and do that kind of stuff, but also score goals. It's I think what they envisioned for Gabriel Jesus, because the assumption when Jesus came in is that one, he'd be fit, and two, he'd score more goals if he's the main man at Arsenal. None of that has come true. I think Arteta's version of a perfect striker is like an Isak, is like a Julian Alvarez. So I'm not quite sure why we didn't go for Marmouche, because he would have been perfect. But Arteta is going to have to give and take here a little bit, because when you miss out on the opportunities to bring in an Isak or a Julian Alvarez, who was just sitting around in Argentina, by the way, or you miss out on Marmouche, then the options that you're left with, you have to choose from one of those options. And you didn't do it last summer because you thought Kai Havertz would be good enough. You thought you got away with it, and you didn't. And so now you have to go out there and buy a striker. But what I'm thinking is happening is he's looking at his options and he's not loving them. You're not going to get Isak. So now your options are a Gyökeres, somebody that Arteta does not want, probably because he doesn't plug and play into a system the way that he wants him to. Then you have a Sesko, who is pretty much more of like an idea, somebody that people are projecting to be one of the best in 1 to 3 years. And, so is probably not the finished article, but has the pieces. And then you have somebody like Ollie Watkins, who probably does fit us a little bit more than the other two. And is a little bit more like an obvious type of thing where it's like, okay, you can plug him straight in and it most likely will work, but he's older. And if Aston Villa want too much, Arsenal always have an idea of how much a player costs in their mind. And if it's not their perfect signing, they're not going to go over and above. So for Declan, they were willing to overpay for Declan. That was fine for them. But, for players that they don't feel like is their perfect option, they're going to penny pinch on it. And so Arteta's probably looking at a group of options that don't suit him. And so we're going to sit around probably a while and think about it, because one thing about Arsenal is they're going to have analysis paralysis. Charlie says, get Watkins from Villa is safest. Let's see. Pixel says Kvaratskhelia was available. Vig says, last time we finished second 3 times in a row, we won the Premier League subsequent year. Let's do that. Arteta Nation. I hope we win it. I think it's going to be really hard. If we were going to win it, we would have won it in 22-23 or this season. It's going to be hard next season. You could just feel it in the air. It's about to be, yeah. That's because we can't recruit well. It's not rocket science. Is Alvarez realistic? Just saying. I don't know if he's really realistic. Line 9 says it will be Sesko, RB Leipzig want to rebuild. I would say if you don't think Gyökeres in the way that the style that he plays will translate to the Prem, then why would you think Openda would? Because Openda is very much a runner, which you said we don't play on transition. He's not really a possession-based player. He's more of like I don't want to call him a road runner, but he's definitely not somebody that would probably do well in a super possession-based side. So I'm interested to see, like, why would you choose Openda when your main thing with Gyökeres is that his style of play would not translate to the way that we play. Big says whoever wants Watkins is the enemy of the club. Safest option in phase 6. He has 27 big chances missed in Premier League alone, and considering we hardly create chances, it's even worse. Damn, not a Watkins group here for sure, but yeah, let's see. I'm just looking at the timeline and see what people are saying. It doesn't feel great, but I think that's because we wanted somebody to miss out that didn't. And everybody's in Champions League except for Man United, basically. So here we go. The chances of us meeting up with one of our rivals in the latter stages is very high now because there's going to be so many of them. So yeah, let's see. I want to read some of this stuff. I hate what's gone on with the timeline. It's so strange. It's like not I can't see certain things. Like it's literally the 25th and I'm seeing at the top of people's pages like 22nd. What happened? Oh, and another thing. Nobody better speak to the ref next season but the captain, because I really don't want the beginning of our season to be a bunch of red cards again. That is the one thing that they will try to use against us to fuck us up, and I really need us to be super smart, like smarter than we've ever been. Do not talk to the ref, please. I'm really like begging people. I really cannot do another season of multiple red cards. I can't do it again. I really can't. Spit Rose says, who takes us to another level? That's who I want. I don't want okay players. Hardly create chances. Pixel says Arteta is washed. Get an Allegri. I definitely don't want Allegri. Charlie says, I like Ekatike as a striker overall. The ones we're going after, I see Henry in his play. Why would we get somebody that reminds you of Henry but not with the goals? I guess that's my question is he has scored quite a few goals this season in the Bundesliga, but when I think of somebody that reminds me, because like think about Henry is that I think what Arsenal fans are like desperate for is the way that Henry played. And a lot of people like there's some strikers out there that I think try to replicate his style of play, but can't replicate his effectiveness and his efficiency in the box. And somebody like Ekatike scares me because he has 15 goals and 8 assists. It's the Bundesliga. The Bundesliga is a scary league because a lot of that stuff doesn't really translate because the Premier League is faster. It's the spaces get smaller, all that kind of stuff. So he doesn't have like a shit ton of goals. Like, and he was, he's had 15 goals for a while now. And I think his goals started to dry up a lot more when Marmoush left. That could just be because he lost a quality player, but it could also be because he is only really good as the secondary striker and as the guy that helps the guy and not the main number 9. We need a main number 9. Anybody that plays in a 2-striker system scares me, especially when he's not at 20 goals. It's not like he's, outdoing the metrics a lot. He's just a French player that has good aesthetics, that looks good doing things, but I would steer clear of somebody that Eintracht Frankfurt is going to want almost 100 million for this guy, and he doesn't even have 15 goals, or he doesn't have more than 15 goals. It's that he scares me. But I think when people say that they remind me of Henry, I think that they're more concerned about the way that the player looks when they do things, and that's why they don't like somebody like Gyökeres, because he does not look good when he plays. Theo says, Ekatike is nothing like Henry. Let's stop the nonsense. Henry was a physical beast, speed, vertical, acceleration, power. Ekatike is nowhere near him. Pixel says, I disagree, Jess. Holland, Marmoush have come from the Bundesliga and are still bagging in the Prem. They are the exception to the rule. Both of those players went to City, by the way. So, I mean, we have Havertz, we have Werner, we have quite a few examples of players that have come from the Bundesliga that don't look the same. So I would be afraid that we wouldn't get it right. So, City could have went and got, Ekatike and they left his ass there and got Marmoush. So for me, I don't like the comments about he looks like Henri because it's more of an aesthetic thing. And we've had players that look good aesthetically, like somebody like Jesus, and his goals weren't enough, despite the fact that we really, really like the way that he plays, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I'm concerned about that, but it is what it is. Ekatike, I'm sorry, not Ekatike, sorry. And Kedia's ex-lawyer says Gyökeres is the clear option. He used to play as a winger, yet online fans think he's stiff as Holland. Terrence says, if I'm replayed alongside a player like Gyökeres, he would have won more. Gyökeres reminds me of Luis Suarez. He reminds me of Luis Suarez and a Vardy type of striker, where those players, they move, they run, they'll dribble past you. They're really aggressive. And no, they may not look the prettiest when they do it, but they are dangerous. That's what he kind of reminds me of as well. But that's not a type of player that Arsenal in the past or now would ever go for. We knew we needed Suarez, but we didn't go get him. We did 40+1, right? So I think we have a very clear vision, or an obvious version of a striker that we kind of want. But the players that we're linked to are not really that. And I get that you want the Henry effect. That's why you want Isak, or that's why you want Ekatike. But right now we need goals, so yeah. Jordan Hill says, well, hopefully if Jesus stays, he can start and be more efficient in front of goal. I think he's done. I think he's done. He'll be back around September, just in time for him to get just enough time under his belt for us to sell him in January. I don't see a world where a player that was already dealing with bad injuries now tears his ACL and he becomes the player that we always thought he was going to be at 29. So I think he's got to hit the road. Terrence says Jesus is not efficient. Keenan says Gyökeres is Darwin Nunez Hoyland hybrid. It's going to be brutal. Paperboy says I will enjoy Arteta blanks tears when Gyökeres goes crazy next season at a rival. Well, one thing that's going to be really, really interesting is the fact that now that everybody, unfortunately, is in Champions League, we'll be probably fighting with Liverpool and Chelsea for the same three strikers. You have, unless Liverpool can pull off the unimaginable and get Julian Alvarez, which would be terrible for us, by the way. If we're all fighting for Gyökeres, Sesko, and Ekatike, every one of us is going to get one of them. So we will see who was right and who was wrong, for sure. So Keenan says Gyökeres will get no space in the Prem and will be utter trash. You lot will be crying out for Havertz to start games. There will never be a point in time where I'll want him to start. Even if Gyökeres were to fail, my thing would be go back into the window and go get someone else. There's no situation where Havertz is a good option. So I don't know. Gyökeres is likely going to Chelsea or Man U. Pixel says this year has been our worst out of the three. We were toothless in most games and didn't look like scoring at all. Get into goal poachers and we'll win something. Chris says Jesus has done his MCL in one leg and now his ACL in the other. He's done. That's what I'm saying. I think he's going to need to be moved on. And should have been moved on a while ago, but we hold on to dear life for players for some reason at this club, and I can't quite understand it. I can't quite put my foot on why this club, white knuckles players that this is the time to get rid of them. And instead of getting rid of them, then they wait 1 or 2 more seasons. Then they're trying to surprise that they can't move them on. The same thing is going to happen with Partey and Trossard. They will both be hard to move on once we renew them. Charlie says Havertz is actually a 10. If he had a striker in front of him, he will cook. Not necessarily. I feel like the type of 10 that Havertz is still a second striker, and everything about what he does well is about what he does without the ball. And that doesn't work, so I would hate to see him in the 10 again. I know that the idea is, if it was him and Gyökeres or him and somebody else, it will work. But that is just some of the worst football ever. I don't like midfielders who they're not whatever they do is not what they do on the ball. It's about getting into space and finding the run and all that. Miss me with that. He's not good in the 10. He's better at the 9, just like Moreno. Terrence says Havertz has never cooked under Chelsea's manager. Josh says the only good option for Kai offers will be his selling fees. Pixel says Andre Santos is not for me. Redemption says Chelsea rejects won't cook except if they couldn't wait to get rid of him for the season. Um, I mean, I will say one thing for sure is that when we were linked to Havertz, Chelsea couldn't believe their luck. To be honest, they couldn't believe their luck that they were going to be able to shift a player that failed at their club for 65 million pounds. But when we got even lightly linked to the Andre Santos player, they were panicking because they know how good he is. He would be kind of like the only player from Chelsea that we would take that wouldn't be on a negative slope. And he is better than, he's better than what we have. He was one of the best players in France, and he was right up there with the best midfielders in João Pedro, or not João Pedro, sorry, João Neves and Vitinha, and they know it, but they're not stupid enough to let him go and not to a rival, so we won't get him. But um, yeah, uh, yeah. So Jordan says, "Who is your graphics designer? Can you shout him out?" I don't know. Is this shady or like real? Because I'm the graphic designer and I know that they're not amazing, but hopefully that wasn't shade. Pixel says Havertz still has 3 years on 280 a week. He will run out his contract. Blaze says Havertz won't start over Odegaard as a 10, and he shouldn't. Even if you don't like Odegaard, there's no way that you love this club and you'd rather Havertz starting there. I'm so sorry, but he's not the player that he was at Leverkusen. That was like 6 years ago. Hold on. People are so dumb. Sorry. Sorry. People genuinely think I made that up. I didn't. Like, people didn't want the Arsenal women to win yesterday. Like, I didn't make that up. Adigbusi says Jokeris just won a pen for Sporting now. Keenan says we can easily sell Havertz to Bayern. He is perfect for them. They have missed out on Wirtz, and Mueller is retiring. Oh, that would be so cool if we could move him on to Bayern right now. I would love that. Pixel says we had to bring on Saka, Odegaard, Havertz to beat Southampton. This is unbelievable. We have been shocking in average this season. 60 million. The Radiant and Dyer says if Havertz had a motor, he would be a silky version of Thomas Mueller. Terrence Tibbs says Arteta won't let him go. I think, Arteta is convinced that he made the right decision, and so he has to keep it going. You know, but I just wonder, so because this is my thought process is the only problem that we have now is because we're most likely getting Sesko, that will be his excuse. But if he gets his prodigal son in Zubimendi and he has his captain and his 100 million pound marquee signing, there's no way that Havertz is getting in that midfield as a starter. There's just no way. So the only place that he can start is number 9. If you put money into a striker, you have to let them play. I'm sorry, but buying like a Sesko or buying a Jokeris and sticking Havertz on the in front of them doesn't make sense to me. So I just wonder how he's going to deal with it, because it's like a genuine conversation. Like this has to be keeping him up at night. How am I going to get Havertz into the team when I know I want to play these other 3 players in midfield? Because he loves them more. Trust. Well, one thing, Arteta, he may love Havertz, but he is not dropping Odegaard. He's not dropping Zubimendi when we get him, and he is not dropping Rice. So what is he going to do? Because he's going to have to try to figure out a way to get him in the team, isn't he? So yeah. Josh says, clearly, man, have forgotten about the Kai horror show against United and Newcastle. I'll never forgive him for those games. Radiant and Dyer says, since Leipzig didn't make UCL, Arsenal will get Sesko on a deal and not give up the chance this summer. Yeah, I mean, they won't be able to ask for as much money as they were originally, I think, thinking that they were going to ask for. So, I mean, if we could get him for less than 70, I would be okay with that. It's just all about the left wing at that stage. Like, can you make sure that you bring in somebody that's ready to go to play at left wing? That would be my question. Chris says Mikel signing Havertz will be the reason we don't win the league with him as manager. Crazy signing. Blaze says, if I'm not wrong, Sesko also can play as a winger. That would fucking kill me. If we bought a striker, but see, that's what Arteta did before. But I thought it was more just due to the fact that Arteta's ideal player at center forward is somebody that's a facilitator. I think that's always been Arteta's thing, but I think he's realizing now that he needs more than that. So he shifted Aubameyang out to the wing and kept Lacazette through the center, and it absolutely killed Aubameyang off. So I wouldn't be surprised if he did it again, but that would be terrible. 88 miles per hour says striker must be played at striker, nothing else. Chris Fraser says Sesko cannot play as a winger. That would absolutely kill me. For real. Pixel says we've never replaced Xhaka and Aubameyang. Keenan says, what about Paulinia to replace Partey? He isn't starting for Bayern. Idealistically, Keenan, if we moved on Partey, I wouldn't want to replace him. I think enough is enough at DM. When will it be enough? I know over the last couple seasons, we've had the best DM depth in the country, but that's not winning us anything. I think we could do with one less DM and one more attacking mid. So if we were to get rid of Partey, which we should, then you already have Zubimendi and Declan Rice that can play at the 6, whether you like it or not. Whether you like the way Declan Rice looks at the 6, I don't care. You have Declan Rice that can play in the 6. You have Zubimendi who will play in the 6. The two of those combined are 160 million pounds worth of DM that you bought. So why would you spend an additional amount of money to replace for another DM that's not even going to be a starter? So use that money to buy an attacking left center mid, and that would help us out, because one thing we don't have is a top level left center mid. Declan Rice is trying to play that role, and I know Arteta thinks that it's going to work, but you need something different if we can't break down the deep blocks, which we probably won't be able to next season if we still have the same midfield. So I would rather spend whatever money. I would rather get rid of Thomas Partey and replace him with a different profile. But Arteta likes this profile for profile, the same profile over and over and over again. And instead of removing one of the DMs and you getting a different profile, he's stocking up on DMs and stocking up on box crashers. And it's annoying. You don't need another DM. Laundry Basket says, if Arteta starts Havertz and Rice at 8 next season, I'm tuning out. We all know we will be disappointed at the end. You know what? Like, it's all about how quickly we get these people in. Zubimendi has essentially what they said have been done since like forever now, like since January basically, or even last season. So there's no reason why he shouldn't be starting first game of the season. So there's also no reason why Havertz should be starting, So I'm really like, there's no excuse, Mikel. You need to have you need to have different players in those starting positions starting next season. Pixel says, I'm not a fan of Zubimendi. We should have gone for Barella or Goretzka, Chouameni type. I hear you. I actually think Zubimendi is going to be good for us, but I hear you. The Arsenal Perspective says, Jess, a question. How many players do you want sign minimum? Which positions and which players would you like to see fill those positions? I don't care about the goalkeeper and the defender. They could get a kid for center back and, sign Maddie Ryan again, and I really wouldn't care. The only thing I care about is Arsenal bringing in an attacking 8 or a number 10, a left wing, and a striker. That's it. I don't care about any of the other stuff. They could miss out on the other things. I wouldn't care, because I'm tired of the defender conversation. And the fact that, and I know Hoyson is a good player and I like him, but we were actually considering spending 50 million on another center back. And God knows what we would miss out on if we had done that. And there's no guarantee that we won't still do it. So, that's crazy, Is Eze going to Spurs? Why am I seeing that? That would be devastating. Where y'all seeing that at? I feel like they've been wanting him for a while though, so if he did end up there, I wouldn't be surprised, but, you know, Spurs, he'd be playing Champions League football, and at least I mean, he'd be playing at least with a manager that knows how to play with attackers, so, you know, good for him, but that would be tough, tough to take, but such is life. Um, Josh says, "Oh, there you are. I was saying earlier, I don't know where you are because we were talking about Matoma." So Pixel says Spurs will take Tau. Josh says, I heard Zuby is good, but if we get him, what does he actually do to improve the team? I don't really know his style. I mean, I think Zubimendi is gonna I think he's gonna surprise a lot of people because I think his style of play is kind of like a fusion of João Neves and Vitinha. I think he has a lot of those same qualities in a midfielder, and we need more technical quality and somebody that has a brain that understands when to speed up play and when to slow it down, when to start attacking, when to pass between the lines. He does pass between the lines. He does have a zippy pass. He knows how to speed up the play. And we have kind of lost our barometer on that, on how to speed up play and when to speed it up and when to slow it down, when to attack, when not to. He's a facilitator, like 88 miles per hour is saying, and you need those types of players in your team. Does he change everything? No, but I do think that, when we played some of our best football last season, it was with Zubamendi, Declan Rice, and Odegaard. And I think the only way that that midfield works is if you have somebody kind of more like Jorginho. And yeah, exactly. She's gassing him like he's a mobile Jorginho, and that's exactly pretty much what he is. Um, but he can also like dribble, and he's pretty press resistant and those types of things. And so, yeah, I think you're exactly right. And he is a pretty much a more mobile Jorginho, and that worked for us with the Declan Rice and Odegaard midfield better than Partey because even though those are your best individuals with Partey, Declan, and Odegaard, they don't vibe. They don't jam. Like when Jorginho and Rice played together, it felt like they had kind of like a relationship, like they knew where to each other should be. One went up, one stayed back. There's like no dialogue between Thomas and Declan, and I think that that's strange. I think they're just good players playing in a team together, but ultimately, like there's still something missing. Boy says Zubamendi is valuable because he is the pivot that Arteta's football requires. Um, and yes, we were talking about Matoma because we were linked with him. And I was like, there's only one person that probably really cares about this, and that's Boy. So that's why we were talking about him. But you weren't here. So um, Theo says the Jorginho Rice Odegaard midfield doesn't work against City. We need more depth. I mean, well, one thing that midfield does is it beats the small teams because we were beating teams 5-6, 4, 3-0 when that group of were playing together. So, yeah, I mean, I don't see how it doesn't, because we actually did beat City with that midfield early on last season. It was Jorginho, Rice, and Odegaard that played in that midfield, and we actually did beat City then. So that's actually not true. Ah, that's actually not true, Theo. We actually did beat City with that exact midfield. So, yeah, at the beginning of last season, now that I think about it, and Rice and Jorginho were actually really good in that game. Um, it doesn't dominate City though. I think that's probably what people are saying is they want to play a game against, City and really dominate. And I think the biggest difference between us dominating City and not, or actually not feeling blunt, is actually just about having attackers that they actually fear. I think most games that we go up against Liverpool and City and most teams actually, they don't fear our attackers. They don't. No matter how well our midfield plays, no matter how well they win the ball back, our attackers are blunt. So that's where the X factor comes in. I think the biggest differentiator in us being able to really go toe to toe with Liverpool and City at times is the fact that we need to have, like attackers that actually score goals and scare other teams. So, yeah. Conrad, thank you so much for your super chat. Conrad says, Jess, what do you think will happen if Chelsea go for Gyökeres, Rodrigo, or other targets since they're in CL now? I mean, then we'll have to go for other people. I mean, I was talking about this earlier that, you'd rather Aston Villa and Nottingham Forest in Champions League than Chelsea and Newcastle because they have the money and they have a higher status than those teams. Like, so I could see Chelsea going after like a Gyökeres or, I know they'll be interested in Rodrigo. They'll want to get in the conversation, but that's where you would hope that you have a manager that could actually convince people and that your sporting director is better than theirs. This is where you're going to see the biggest difference. Like, I think Wirtz being a little bit pissed about what Bayern did, which was basically leak the information that he wanted to go to them, taking one spiteful trip to England and spending time at Manchester City and Liverpool and then doing a complete 180 and going to Liverpool is the biggest difference between the big teams and not, is that you should be able to convince good players to come to you. And Arteta has to be able to convince people. Now, he's a great talker, but when we're talking about the higher echelon, and then also when they have options to go to other teams in that same league that are at the same level as you, and and you haven't won any trophies, it gets hard, So yeah, we're gonna see what this combination of Arteta and Berta can do, and Arteta's talking it up big time, but the summer window really cannot be Sesko and Zubamendi and a defender and a goalkeeper. So yeah. Boy says, I've been ready for life without Partey, guys. I think he's frankly overrated by Prem fans. I mean, he's not even really rated. Like, most of the time when people are talking about the best DMs in the world, only Arsenal fans chirp up with Partey. Nobody else does. Rodrigo would be a statement signing under Arteta. The Arsenal perspective says Berta Ball is prevailing narrative of our summer window. And Rodri wasn't there, so realistically, does it work? I'm not convinced. I mean, you only have who you have, and I don't know what to tell you. We beat them with that midfield. You said, does Man City, can we beat them? Yes. So I don't know. Our midfield against the big teams is not our problem. Our midfield against the smaller teams is actually the problem. So to me, I don't have a problem with our midfield against the bigger teams. They always show up. We always have bigger, better performances. But is it going to be good enough to beat down the low block? Keenan says Reinders would be the perfect Xhaka replacement, would unlock so much of our team. Arteta doesn't like those types of midfielders, Keenan. He likes box crashers and shin kickers. Chris Fraser says we won every game in the back half of the 23-24 season with Jorginho, Rice, and Odegaard midfield. The game we lost, Havertz played in midfield. Speak on it. Chris, you ate that. You ate that. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, the bit, and I know that midfield wasn't the best against Bayern, but our biggest problem in the games in Europe is not that our midfield can't play, it's that we don't have any firepower. So I think that midfield works, and I'm assuming that Zubamendi is a better version of Jorginho, which I think he is. I would imagine that a player that has the backing of Pep, Xabi Alonso, Liverpool, and Arteta is probably a pretty good midfielder. So, they trusted him to come in the Euro final, and he did really well. I don't think Zubamendi is a problem. I think what we get with Zubamendi could be problematic. It cannot just be him and a Sesko and the defender and goalkeeper. A goalkeeper that's not even going to play that is like a side signing. When, Ornstein is saying we're going to do 4 signings, I'm thinking the goalkeeper is not a part of those, but he's including the goalkeeper in that. So I'm like, is it 3? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Lionite says Zuby will be great. Pixel says Zubamendi is not that good. Boy says Zubamendi is a great purchase. I just do not believe that Xabi Alonso, Pep Guardiola, Xavi Hernandez, the transfer team at Liverpool and Mikel Arteta are all wrong about Zubamendi. I'm sorry. One thing Spanish people know, unfortunately, Arteta is struggling with it, but they know midfielders. And so I'm actually going to believe them on this. So you can't be coming up with Zubamendi's not that good, and then we should get Leroy Sané. Pixel, come on. Like you can't do that. You can't do that. We're not going to accept that around here. You want Leroy Sané, but you don't want Zubamendi. Come on now. We can't accept that here. And Chris says that's why I'm not worried about Zuby. I'm just not worried about Zubamendi. I think it's going to be a good signing for us. It's just not it's not exciting because he's a DM and it's not the attackers, So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. So we will see. We will definitely see. Jokeris final game for Sporting. He scored this penalty in the 101st minute to send Portugal into extra time. I don't know. I don't think Jokeris is the worst option. I just think Berta's doing what he would do at Atletico, which is they don't wait around for the perfect signing because they also know if it doesn't work out, they'll go buy again. They'll buy again. So they go and they're not afraid to take risks, and sometimes the risks work and sometimes they don't. But more often than not, they do have a good striker. So I kind of trust Berta with this, especially because Arteta strikers haven't worked. He didn't know how to make Aubameyang work, and he liked Jesus and Havertz. So who's actually a better talent ID, who has a better talent ID when it comes to strikers, Berta or Mikel? So I don't know. Keenan says Zubamendi is a solid signing. He isn't perfect, but he is the best 6 out there in the market. That's yeah. I think yeah. Radiant and Dyer says Jokeris will do well in the Premier League. There's no need for trepidation there, especially after you mentioned his Coventry numbers. Yeah, I think that's what gives me a little bit more. It's not like he's never, played on English soil. I know England can eat up the best of players because I think the physicality gets a hold of people, and then the speed of the Premier League gets a hold of people. And if you really rely upon you don't have the physicality and you need a lot of time, somebody like Fabio Vieira, you might struggle, especially in a system like ours that requires you to do the duel. But he's played in England, so at least the physicality is there, and he scored a lot of goals. So it's just a matter of, I feel like, just getting used to playing at that speed. And, he does take a lot of touches, but who's to say that the touches that he's taking won't go around some of the defenders in our league? So let's just, I don't think we're going to get Jokeris, actually. I think we're going to end up with Sesko, but I'd love to get Jokeris. I really think he's a good player. So, yeah. Blaze says, I don't understand how some Arsenal fans think Zubamendi is not good enough when big clubs like Barca, Real Madrid, and Liverpool wanted him. Josh says fans expect 90% of our budget to be spent on attack, so any defensive signing won't be well received. And I totally understand that. I get that. But I think my thing with that is also to remember that doesn't necessarily mean that we need to pretend like this is a bad signing. It's secondary to the maybe I would have spent the money differently, but that doesn't mean that I'm gonna pretend like Zubamendi is shit. And that's what will end up happening is Zubamendi will make one bad pass, or, he won't have the best game. And then all of a sudden it'll be, he's failed, he's flopped. Oh my gosh. If we don't get the attackers that we need, and that's what I don't want. Pixel says, so we all admit that Declan Rice is not a number 6. I don't even admit that. I think Declan Rice is a 6. Arteta's using him improperly. Like, he could just end all this bullshit and play Declan at the 6, but he would have to change his system. And he doesn't want to change his system. So not being a 6 in Mikel's system doesn't mean you're not one. Declan literally plays 6 for his country. So he's definitely a 6. Arteta just wants to make him into Steven Gerrard. Can't help that. Gunnar45 says Akliouche from Monaco would be a great creative attacking player. We lack creative players. I love Akliouche. I love him. I think he doesn't get anywhere near as much, praise as like the Doués and the Barcolas and, Olise, but I think he's right in that same neighborhood as the rest of them. I think he's fabulous. Somebody is going to pick him up, and it won't be us. The Arsenal Perspective says there are montages of Jokeris goals for Coventry on YouTube. Please avail yourself of this footage and see him out. Pixel says, yeah, Party and Jorginho are leaving. Is Party leaving? Is that well, let me not sound so excited. Is somebody saying it? Because that's so important. And Arteta said we need to make big decisions, and I think that's one of the bigger decisions. The bigger decisions is what are we about to do about Trossard and Party? because that should not take a million fucking years to figure that out, you know? So this quote from Mikel is about to get used so badly if we don't win anything. When I think about next season, I get goosebumps and excitement. I wish he wouldn't say stuff. I just wish he'd be quiet every once in a while and just let it play out, because so many of his quotes end up being like just banter fodder, you know? Yeah. I haven't seen anything about Partey officially leaving, so I haven't heard anything. I'm looking online, um, but I'm sure they'll try to. They said they're trying to re-sign him. I don't know. Um, I don't know. He's not. He's just not somebody that I'd be desperate to re-sign. But that's just me. The Arsenal perspective says goosebumps. That's a meme in the making. Goosebumps from being cold in his bridesmaid dress. No, wait. I feel like we cook him more than anyone else, to be fair. CEO Chris Ball out for Coventry on YouTube. Mikel, just stop it, please, I beg. And if Wenger was our Arsenal manager today, he would have, if Arsene was coach right now, he would be on the phone with Turkey, he'd be on the phone with Akliouche, he would have, the team would look completely different. The team would look completely different. Like, it wouldn't look like the way it looked right now. He would never have gotten Havertz. Were we interested in him while he was there? Maybe, but I think, was because he was at Leverkusen. He would not have bought Chelsea, Havertz, so Yo-Yo says, I beg to differ. I would love Arteta to start next season by saying we're winning the league. Yeah, but, we're never going to get that. Sesko, Matoma, Zubimendi, Simmons, and Hato. Man, imagine Wenger with Arteta's transfer monies. Arteta really said goosebumps. He did. Sesko, Matoma, Zubimendi, Simmons, and Hato. That would be a good window. I would mind that, because you get kind of everything that you need. Because the backup goalkeeper is not a signing. Like, when we say, oh, Arsenal are going to get, 4 signings, if one of those includes the backup goalkeeper, that's not a signing, bro. Like, come on. Like, it's just not, so yeah. Sesko, Matoma, Zubimendi, Simmons, Hato, that's a great window. Is that an Arsenal window? Probably not, you know? Radiant says, we watched the most majestic compilation of Akliouche after you just mentioned him, Baller. Akliouche is that guy. He's somebody that I have stocks in for next season. I'm hoping that I don't have to watch him ball out for a rival, but I have heavy stocks in Akliouche. I just think he's like, I love a wing fielder. Like, I like that type of player. I like the wingers that, like, my ideal wing pairing, if I didn't have Saka, would be like Nico Williams on the left and Akliouche on the right, which is pretty much essentially Nico Williams on the left and Lamine Yamal on the right. Because Lamine Yamal to me is more of a creator first, a score second. Now that he's unlocked scoring, it's getting dark for everyone. Like, now that Lamine Yamal knows that he can score bangers, I think it's really, really, it's never been more over. But I think he tends to be more of a creator first at times, and so they just have the ability to, like, come inside and make things happen. And then you have your more traditional winger on the other side that can also create, but is a 1v1 demon. If I had to construct my team, that's what I would have. I would have like an Akliouche on the right, and I would have a Nico Williams on the left. And then I would have, I guess, baby Zlatan through the middle in Sesko, if I had to just build a team that doesn't have anything to do with Arsenal. I like that. Lamine Yamal is ridiculous. Radiant says Newcastle would be the team to get Akliouche. Wing fielder is such a good word, like Tarab or Cuisance, who is at Bayern. Yeah, I've seen him linked to Newcastle. I'm feeling like I'm going to have stocks in him and the Prem for someone else. But it is what he is. I've only seen like light links to him for us, so yeah. Yeah. but we will try to speak it into existence. Keenan says Akliush is who Arteta thinks Havertz is. I mean, listen, if you want a box crasher and you want somebody that is not known for doing things on the ball, but it's going to score goals and stuff, you should go try to get Scott McTominay, because Scott McTominay is like 10 times the box crasher than anybody Arteta's bought. If you want a box crasher, go get a box crasher, So yeah. Boy said, told these men about Yamal. I mean, what were you telling people? I think everybody rates Lamine Yamal, saying like, oh, I told you guys about Lamine Yamal. It's like, oh, like I told you guys about Messi. Like, come on, who doesn't rate him? Conrad, thank you so much for your super chat. Says, if Josh offered Klopp, Zidane, or Inzaghi 15 million a year, would any of the money come to Arsenal for that amount to pay? I think Inzaghi would. Klopp would never come to us. Zidane, I don't think he thinks that we're serious enough, because I don't think Zidane wants to potentially ruin his that record that he had for going to Champions League 3 times in a row and winning it. And so I think he's like, nah, I left on a high, bro. I'm good. But I think Inzaghi would, because he's only making 5 million at Inter right now, and I would imagine that he'd want to do something in the Prem at some stage. The problem is Josh would never try to get a manager like that. Yo-Yo says, when you compare Arteta to his fellow Pep pupils, Enrique Flick company, you realize that he's a victim of being in the same league as him and a victim of having built the squad in his image. I think that's the decent point, because I don't think any of the rest of them, try to do something so similar to Pep in some ways. So, and they're also all in different leagues. Now, Maresca is another disciple of Pep, and we'll see how he fares in his second season. But in his first full season, he gets them into Champions League, and it took Arteta 3 years to get us into Champions League. So we'll see how it goes. But he also had more to his disposal. So yeah, the first team that Arteta tried to get us into Champions League with was not the same team that he did. So yeah. Pixel says Inzaghi has credit in the bank. Errol says 63 goals in one season. Victor Gyökeres as brilliant season. Arsenal go and buy him, please. Blaze says everybody knew Lamine Yamal is generational during the Euros 2024. He's the best player in the world. Dang, Arteta told Willian we were going to win the UCL in 3 years. I mean, he has wild dreams. He said that, didn't he? I'm sorry, Pixel, but you can't say, oh, Zubamendi, he's not the guy, and Nico Williams not the guy, but then bring up Sane. Like, I'm tainted now. Like, I'm thinking, like, does he know ball or no? So Pixel, please, like, I get it that you don't like Nico Williams and you don't like Zuby, but you said Leroy Sane. Like, come on. Samu looks promising. Errol says, how did Spuds win the trophy? 22 defeats. They came up against a really poor Man United, and Man United seemed to only make us their cup final. So, yeah. But yeah. I feel like also, like, the thing I really like about Gyökeres as well is that he's leaving Sporting on a high, and I think it'd be nice to have a player come in that's not needing any sort of rehabilitation, doesn't need any sort of, any sort of like easing in, doesn't have any sort of negativity around him, because RB Leipzig had a poor season. And, if you bring in somebody like Gyökeres, he's going to come into a team with the winner's attitude, because he's done it and he led his team to that win in a season where they lost their manager as well, in a league where, Sporting wasn't always like the main winners, So I think that's the one thing that I do like about soft factor wise from Gyökeres, is that he's used to being the guy. He's led a team to a title by being the guy, and he just won the league with them doing it. And so instead of, I don't want anybody that's coming in off of like some sort of like cloud or whatever. We really need the spirits to be high. And I think somebody like Gyökeres does that, where Sesko still has like an era of like, we'd be excited about it, but like we know he's like young, Harold says, yes, Jess, I agree with you. Blaze says, Sani is not the player since he left Man City. He's definitely not that guy. Boy says, we want to beat Bayern at the Allianz. You don't take their leftovers, surely. Anton Dunn says the amount of draws is enough proof for Teta that he needs new attackers. If he drew half of the amount of games, we would have won 5 of them and lost 2, and we would have 87 points. The Arsenal perspective says Justine Akliu's compilation and the background tune was called Goosebumps. Is that a sign? Seen on Ultra FC TV premium YouTube channel, must be a sign. I would love Akliush. I just don't think Arsenal are interested in bringing in an attacking midfielder because they're already not committing to the left wing as much as I would like them to. So, yeah. Arteta said we need more creativity and goals, but he's going to go out there and get a defender and a goalkeeper. So, you know, and like Peter O'Rourke is not the best link. He's not the best source giving the Morgan Gibbs White news, so a couple more minutes and then I'm going to get out of here. Grassi is also good. He is good. Keenan says we struggled so hard to beat Southampton today. We need weapons. I mean, it was rough. We need weapons, but we also just need, well, if you bring in new players, they're not Arteta-fied yet. I think also bringing in players that just have a different mindset and are fresh and are not traumatized from the last couple of years will help. But Arteta does need to change the style a little bit. There's just, even if this is kind of the way that you want to play, slower build up, it cannot be what we had this season. It just can't. Blaze says Arteta said we need more creativity and goals. Yeah, he did. He said creativity. He talked about creativity and goals, not just goals, but creativity. He said that. So, but we also said we needed X factor and didn't get anything. So, knowing what you need and going out and getting it is two different things. So I don't see how you go out there and you talk about creativity, but he couldn't work with Fabio Vieira and Emile Smith-Rowe. So if you were to bring in an attacking midfielder, they need to be better than those two players. But are you going to spend the money necessary to get players that have a bigger impact than those two? I don't know, so yeah. John says, hope Arteta does not influence the summer window. His type of attackers are trash. Keenan says, would you swap Martinelli for Gittins if that was an option? The fact that I'm even considering it is dark. I will not answer. 88 miles per hour says, I think the board see defenders and goalkeepers as less risky buys, but legit attack needs 3 players and a dedicated striker. And I think they've been burned by something. I don't know if it was Pepe or what, but they're concerned about, I think they're concerned about making a big purchase and it not working out. So they'd rather just stick with what they have. And that might be, the money really dried up after the summer window where we bought Kai Havertz. And it could be the case that they backed him with 200 million. We didn't end up winning. And Arteta forced the board to go out and put 65 million on Havertz and it didn't work out. And now maybe the Cronkies are like, I don't want to give it. Like, I don't want to give that amount of money. I'm scared now, and that would be unfortunate. Yep. Premier League transfer window opens on June 1st and closes on the 10th, and then reopens on the 16th and closes on September 1st. My expectation is that what I want to happen is Arsenal need to get a player over the line in that first one to start off this goosebumps and excitement. You cannot have your first signing come in after the Club World Cup when none of them are playing in it. You need to go ahead and get players over the line, and show that it's not going to be the same summer window as we had before. If you really want the fans to be behind the players and to really get into the next season and help you in the stadium, it needs to feel like a different season. And the only way it'll feel like a different season is new players and a new attitude and a new way of thinking. So they have a lot to do. We'll have plenty of time to talk about it. We've talked ad nauseum today. But thank you guys so much for joining the watch along. I really appreciate it. For those of you guys who joined afterwards, I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Make sure you guys like the video and subscribe to the channel on your way out. And we'll definitely be, doing transfer talk. We always do. And yeah, hopefully we have a good summer. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you guys. Bye.